Chapter 205. Whoosh! Zhong Ye's entire body was surrounded by a black glow, and his inner yuan burst out of his body like a black flame. It was as if he had transformed into a majestic demon god. Then, facing the oncoming Zhou Donghuang, Zhong Ye's hands trembled. His left hand struck out, and his right hand struck out like a knife. It was as if he wanted to kill Zhou Donghuang after he had forced him back. Do you think that by transforming your Dharma power into armor, you can cover up the weakness of your Dharma power? Facing the oncoming Zhongye, Zhou Donghuang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Then the hand that was holding the fan shook violently, and the fan flew out of his hand. Whoosh! The fan flew through the air and almost brushed past Zhong Ye's left palm, causing Zhong Ye's palm to miss. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang's body also brushed past Zhong Ye's palm, and at the same time he reached out his hand and grabbed the fan back. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even Zhong Ye himself did not expect Zhou Donghuang to be able to react in such a short period of time and dodge his left palm. His left palm was aimed at the wrist of Zhou Donghuang's hand that was holding the folding fan, not at the folding fan. What a terrifying reaction speed! Zhong Ye's heart trembled. This was the first time he had met such a terrifying person. It was as if Zhou Donghuang was always able to predict his opponent's movements and gain the upper hand. It was as if he was not fighting with a 20-year-old youth, but an old monster who had been through hundreds of battles. But, so what if he dodged my palm? My palm blade can easily stop him. Zhong Ye's right palm blade whistled through the air, forming a long and narrow black blade that slashed towards Zhou Donghuang's waist. The sound of the blade was ear-piercing, and it struck fear into everyone's hearts. If he doesn't dodge, he will definitely die. Zhong Ye's eyes narrowed, and his face revealed a hint of madness. As for me, at most, I will suffer some light injuries. Just as the black blade was about to split Zhou Donghuang's body into two, at the critical moment, the lower half of Zhou Donghuang's body shone with a silver light, and the lower half of his body strangely folded together with his upper body. It was as if he had no bones and could be folded at will. This had completely overturned Zhong Ye's and everyone else's understanding of the human body. The human body could be used like this. Buzz! Zhong Ye's right hand was like a knife, and after his left hand had missed, his palm also missed. How is this possible? Seeing how Zhou Donghuang had evaded his confident strike, Zhong Ye's expression changed and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At the same time, he hurriedly mobilized the remaining energy in his body, wanting to launch another attack. However, at this moment, the lower half of Zhou Donghuang's body, which had been folded from the waist down, straightened up, and his entire body borrowed the force of the straightening and shot towards Zhong Ye like an arrow released from a bow. Not good. Hurriedly, Zhong Ye activated the remaining true origin in his body with all his might, turning it into a hole, causing the black armor on the surface of his body to become darker and darker. Buzz! Faced with Zhou Donghuang's folding fan, Zhong Ye could feel the silver light emanating from the folding fan. Zhong Ye clasped his hands together and pushed them out, as if intending to forcefully block Zhou Donghuang's attack. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Donghuang's folding fan flew through the air, bringing with it a sharp silver light. It met with Zhong Ye's clasped hands and was blocked. Young man, the power of a Dharma adept is far beyond your imagination. After blocking Zhou Donghuang's attack, Zhong Ye grinned and said, "Next, I will give you a quick death. To be able to become the first revenant that I, Zhong Ye, have ever killed after becoming a Dharma adept, you will not have wasted your life." At this moment, Zhong Ye seemed to have won. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang sneered, and at the same time his right hand, which was holding onto the folding fan, shook violently. In that instant, Zhong Ye's heart had a bad premonition. With a shake of his hands, he tried to grab the folding fan in Zhou Donghuang's hands. However, the folding fan in Zhou Donghuang's hands was like a loach, slippery and slippery. No matter how hard Zhong Ye tried to grab it, it easily escaped from Zhong Ye's hands. No, almost at the same time that the folding fan escaped from Zhong Ye's hands, Zhong Ye seemed to realize something. His face changed, and at the same time he let out a pained scream. Whoosh! The folding fan that escaped from Zhong Ye's hands was like a wild beast that had escaped from its cage. It was like a fish in the sea, a bird in the sky, and a silver light flashed in the air. Whoosh! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Whoosh! A head flew into the sky. Zhong Ye had followed in the footsteps of the primal core adepts of the Xianin sect who had died at the hands of Zhou Donghuang. On the 10th of October, 1233 of the Ziyun era, after 3 years, Zhou Donghuang, at the Feast of Ziyun, killed the Xianin sect elder, Zhongya, who had already entered the Dharma stage, in front of all the guests of the Ziyun planet. This was to settle the karma that Zhong Ye had formed with Zhou Donghuang in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Because of this, Zhong Ye became the shortest-lived Dharma adept in the history of the Ziyun planet. He had not even entered the Dharma stage for 3 days, and he was already killed. The battle between Zhou Donghuang and Zhong Ye was extremely fast. Everyone present either did not see it clearly, or they did not dare to be distracted, afraid that they would miss out on any exciting scenes. Hence, from the start of the battle until the end, the entire Feast of Ziyun was extremely quiet. Seeing Zhong Ye's head fly into the sky, he had been killed. Although the entire crowd remained silent, the sound of Zhong Ye's body hitting the ground still caused their hearts to tremble. The third Dharma adept in the history of the Ziyun planet in the past 1,000 years had died just like that? No, impossible. Impossible. Among the crowd of people who had been shocked by Zhong Ye's death, Qin Dandan was the first to regain her senses. Her face was filled with shock and disbelief, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Brother has won. On the back of the golden-crowned eagle, Little Gold, Yun Lu's face was flushed with excitement, and Little Gold's eyes were also filled with excitement. So what if he was a Dharma adept? He had still been killed by its young master, Qin Dandan. It was only when Zhou Donghuang's voice rang out again that the crowd of people present finally regained their senses. They all gasped, and the way they looked at Zhou Donghuang was completely different. Other than fear, there was only fear. Although this young man in snow-white robes was only a silver core cultivator, his strength had already reached a shocking level. Golden essence adepts could be easily killed by him. Dharma adepts could also be easily killed by him. Who is he? Where did this demon come from? Is this demon really from the Ziyun planet? As the crowd of people looked at Zhou Donghuang in fear, Zhou Donghuang had already stepped into the air above where Qin Dandan was. He looked down at Qin Dandan, his face expressionless. When Zhou Donghuang stared at Qin Dandan, the crowd of people who were originally standing beside Qin Dandan were all frightened into scattering in all directions. They kept their distance from Qin Dandan, afraid that they would be implicated. Zhou Donghuang, looking up at the young man in white before her. Qin Dandan's face was filled with despair. She had never thought that even with the Xianin sect as her backing, she would still not be able to defeat him in the end. The martial invalid of the past was now standing at the pinnacle of the Ziyun planet. She was very clear. After today's battle, the young man before her had already reached the pinnacle of the Ziyun planet. Even the other 4 sects of the Ziyun planet could only bow to him and not dare to offend him. Did she regret it? Of course she did. If she had not betrayed her adoptive mother and the person before her because of her own selfish desires, she might have already been married to him under her adoptive mother's orders. And she, Qin Dandan, could have relied on the glory of the person before her to become the most powerful person in the entire Ziyun planet. Unfortunately, one wrong step led to many wrong steps. I have already said what I have to say 3 years ago. I've already asked what I have to ask 3 years ago. Zhou Donghuang looked down at Qin Dandan, his lips curling in a mocking smile. Before you die, do you have anything to say, Chin Dandan? Chun Dandan took a deep breath. Winner takes all. I have nothing to say. 3 years ago, Chun Dandan knew that the person before her would not let her off. He would definitely kill her. So today, although she really wanted to live, even if it was just to live, she knew that the other party would not give her a chance. She would die standing, and she would die kneeling. Why shouldn't she die standing? Since that is the case, you may go. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the silver flames on Zhou Donghuang's body left his body and formed a huge palm print in the air, crashing down on Chin Dandan's head. Bang! A loud sound rang out, the ground shook, and dust filled the air. The crowd felt their scalps go numb. When the dust settled, a huge palm print appeared where Chun Dandan had been standing. Within the palm print, there was blood everywhere, as well as some remnants of her dress and hair. Chun Dandan, who should have died in the Valley of the Medicine Masters 3 years ago, had finally died after living for 3 more years. However, 3 years later, there were many more people who had died with Chun Dandan. After Chun Dandan's death, the crowd was still silent. Everyone present looked up at the white figure in the air, not daring to breathe too loudly. They were deeply afraid that if they opened their mouths and broke the silence, they would anger the other party. Lord Tuajin. Zhou Donghuang turned around and looked at the middle-aged monk sitting in the first row of the audience, where the people of the Divine Light sect were. He said calmly, "What do you think?" As soon as Zhou Donghuang said this, everyone present could not make heads or tails of his words. The Divine Light sect will obey Lord Donghuang's orders. Almost as soon as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, the Divine Light sect leader, Tuajin, immediately stood up and bowed respectfully in response. The next moment, under the confused gazes of the crowd, Tuajin gave the order, and the few golden essence adepts of the Divine Light sect rushed towards the remaining connate adepts of the Xianin sect. Like wolves entering a flock of sheep, in the blink of an eye, the connate adepts of the Xianin sect were all killed. This scene also stunned everyone present. End of this chapter. Chapter 206. The leader of the Divine Light sect, Tuajin, had ordered the Divine Light sect to kill the Xianin sect disciples. This was something that no one present had expected, and it made them even more confused. How had the people of the Divine Light sect suddenly become the pawns of this young man in white? Leader Tuajin. After the primal core adepts of the Divine Light sect had killed all the connate adepts of the Xianin sect like wolves in a flock of sheep, Zhou Donghuang greeted the leader of the Divine Light sect, Tuajin. At the same time, his gaze swept across the spectator stands where the Qianqiu sect, the Shuosha sect, and the Tianwu sect were seated. Just now, someone seemed to have spoken rudely to me. As soon as Zhou Donghuang said this, the faces of the leaders of the 3 sects changed. Just as the leaders of the 3 major sects rose from their seats and were about to apologize, Zhou Donghuang spoke first. Each of the 3 sects will compensate me 100,000 spirit stones as compensation for the psychological damage I have suffered. I want to see the spirit stones before 1234 of the Xian era. If any of the sects do not cooperate, Leader Tuajin, please let me know. I, Zhou Donghuang, will personally go and collect them. I will also find their golden essence, adepts to spar with. As soon as he said this, a cold light flashed in Zhou Donghuang's eyes, causing the faces of the leaders of the 3 sects to change. 100,000 spirit stones? Furthermore, if the 3 sects did not cooperate, this young man would personally come to them, find a golden essence adept to spar with? The Xianin sect's golden essence adept, Qi Ming, had been killed in an instant, and he had even killed a Dharma adept. The golden essence adepts of the 3 sects were definitely no match for him. Spar? Who would believe that? He was clearly threatening them. If they dared not pay the spirit stones, he would kill the golden essence adepts of the sects behind them as interest. Yes, Lord Donghuang. Tuajin hurriedly replied as he looked at the leaders of the 3 sections. 3 leaders, when you return, bring the spirit stones to the Divine Light sect. Remember, send them before 1234 of the Ziyun era. Tua Jin reminded them intentionally. At the same time, Tua Jin was somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the Divine Light sect had long known how terrifying the young man before them was. Otherwise, it would not only be the 3 sects who would be in trouble, but the Divine Light sect as well. My lord, Hu Qingshua, the sect leader of the Shua sect, looked at Zhou Donghuang with an ugly expression. He spoke first. Just now, my words offended you. I can apologize and compensate you with some spirit stones. But isn't 100,000 spirit stones too much? As he spoke, Hu Qingshua could not help but reveal some anger in his tone. He felt that the actions of the person before him were no different from extortion. At the same time, both the 1,000-year sect leader and the Tianwu sect leader looked at Zhou Donghuang. Hu Qingshua, the sect master of Blood Fiend sect, voiced their thoughts. Too many. Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed, and he turned around lazily. He looked at Hu Qingshua and said, 200,000 spirit stones. As soon as Zhou Donghuang said this, the entire place fell silent again. Everyone looked at Zhou Donghuang as if they had seen a ghost, feeling that this young man was too ruthless. Sir, you must be joking, right? Hu Qingshua was so angry that his face was red. He suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice. The entire spirit stone storage of the Shueisha sect only added up to a little more than 200,000 spirit stones. The young man before him was asking for an exorbitant amount of spirit stones that the Shueisha sect had accumulated for thousands of years. At the same time, the other people of the Shueisha sect also looked at Zhou Donghuang angrily. They had never imagined that this young man would be so overboard. 200,000 spirit stones? Why didn't he just rob them? This time, Zhou Donghuang's response to Hu Qingshua was a casual palm strike. Bang! The solid palm print was not as fancy as when he had killed Qindandan. When it landed on Hu Qingshua's body, it was like a heavy pile driver falling on his head. He was directly smashed into the hard ground and turned into a pile of meat paste. He was as dead as he could be. The dignified sect leader of the Shueisha sect, a late Primal Core adept, had died just like that. The expressions of the remaining people of the Shueisha sect changed drastically, and they became even more furious. However, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look up. What a joke! What if Zhou Donghuang killed them in a fit of rage? Although the crowd of onlookers from all over Ziyun were not from the 3 main sects, they could not help but feel their scalps go numb. They only felt that the young man in white before them was too overbearing. Of course, they all knew in their hearts, this young man had the ability to be overbearing. When we return to the Shueisha sect, tell the person who can make the decision 200,000 spirit stones, not a single one less. Zhou Donghuang swept his gaze over the people of the Shueisha sect and the Tianwu sect as he spoke. When Zhou Donghuang's gaze once again swept over the leaders of the Qianqiu sect and the Tianwu sect, the 2 of them hurriedly bowed and lowered their heads. My lord, we will personally deliver 100,000 spirit stones to the Divine Light sect when we return. Zhou Donghuang nodded. Seeing that both of your sects have been cooperative, I will give each of your sects 2 spirit weapons. As he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang casually tossed 2 swords and 2 knives to the leaders of the Qianqiu sect and the Tianwu sect as if he were throwing away trash. The 2 sect leaders each kept a knife and a sword. After testing the knives and swords in their hands, their eyes lit up. They looked at each other and saw the wild joy in each other's eyes. It's really a spirit weapon, the 2 of them said in unison. The resentment in their hearts was swept away in an instant, replaced by excitement. 100,000 spirit stones in exchange for 2 spirit weapons. They had made a profit. At this moment, not only did the people of the Qianqiu sect and the Tianwu sect think that they had made a profit, but the crowd of onlookers also felt that they had made a profit and a big one at that. One had to know. Before this, there were only 2 spirit weapons in the entire Xian planet. The people of the Shueisha sect were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Not only did their Shueisha sect not get a single spirit weapon, but they also had to pay 200,000 spirit stones. Now, they more or less had some resentment towards the dead Shueisha sect leader, Hu Qingshua. After all, it was precisely because Hu Qingshua had stood out that the Shueisha sect had suffered such a huge loss. Otherwise, not only would the Shueisha sect not have suffered a loss, they would have even made a profit. Leader Tuajin, lead the way. Zhou Donghuang returned to the golden-crowned eagle Little Gold's back. After returning to Yinlu's side, he looked at the Divine Light sect leader Tuajin and asked him to lead the way to the Xianin sect. Yes, Tuajin replied. Before he moved, he looked at the leaders of the Qianqiu sect and the Tianwu sect. The 2 of you, the Divine Light sect, will follow Lord Donghuang to the Xianin sect. Will you come with us? Without waiting for a response, Tuajin led the group of primal core adepts from the Divine Light sect into the air and headed towards the Xianin sect. The golden-crowned eagle, Little Gold, also moved under the watchful eyes of the crowd, following closely behind the group of people from the Divine Light sect. After the leaders of the Qianqiu sect and the Tianwu sect regained their senses, they hurriedly brought their people to follow. Now they had all guessed why Zhou Donghuang and the people from the Divine Light sect were going to the Xianin sect. After today, the Xianin sect will cease to exist. Because of the spirit weapons that Zhou Donghuang had given them, the people from the 2 sects were in a very good mood. They were also happy to help Zhou Donghuang and curry his favor. Therefore, when they reached the Xianin sect, Zhou Donghuang did not need to do anything himself. Zhou Donghuang directly found the secret storeroom of the Xianin sect and swept away all the spirit stones and valuable items that the Xianin sect had accumulated over the years. In fact, he didn't even have enough space rings. Fortunately, he had just killed a group of senior members of the Xianin sect and the Shueisha sect leader in Xianyan City and obtained their space rings, which were barely enough. Leader Tuajin, your Divine Light sect already knew how terrifying Lord Donghuang was? Yi Wen, the leader of the Tianwu sect, asked after he and the leader of the Divine Light sect, Tuajin, had killed many elders of the Xianin sect. He felt that at the Feast of Ziyun, the people from the Divine Light sect had not spoken a word of disrespect to Zhou Donghuang. Furthermore, from the conversation between Zhou Donghuang and Tuajin, it was obvious that they had known each other for a long time and had even come to some kind of agreement. I already knew that Lord Donghuang had the ability to kill Golden Essence adepts, but I never imagined that he could even kill Dharma adepts. Tuajin sighed. If he had known that Zhou Donghuang had the ability to kill Zhongya, who had entered the Dharma stage, the Golden Essence elder of the Divine Light sect, Xiai Xian, would not have needed to leave because he was afraid of Zhongya. Leader Tuajin, after the Xianin sect was destroyed, the Xianin sect's base was left empty. It is a good place. There is a spirit stone mine below. Yi Wen's eyes flashed. Lord Donghuang, did you say what to do with the spirit stone mine? The spirit stone mine of the Xianin sect was even larger than the one of the Tianwu sect, and it produced more spirit stones every year. The Divine Light sect will move here, Tuajin said. Tuajin said, this will be the new base of the Divine Light sect. The Divine Light sect is moving here, and it is moving the entire sect? Yi Wen's eyes widened. What about your original base? The Spirit Stone Mine on the Xinguang Peak, where the Divine Light sect used to be, was much larger than the one here. The original base. Tuajin smiled. That place will be left for Lord Donghuang. This was also the agreement that Zhou Donghuang had made with the Divine Light sect when he had gone to the Divine Light sect. The Divine Light sect would move away from the Xinguang Peak and change their base to the Xianin sects. For this, Zhou Donghuang had promised to forge a spirit weapon for every Divine Light sect adept of the late Primal Core stage and above. Because of this, Both Tua Jin, the leader of the Divine Light sect, and the rest of the senior members of the Divine Light sect were very satisfied with this deal. The destruction of the Xianin sect had been decided when Zhong Ye had taken Chen Dandan away 3 years ago. The karma that had been formed 3 years ago was finally resolved on this day. It looks like Lord Donghuang has given the Divine Light sect a lot of benefits. Seeing that Tua Jin was not only not unhappy about the change of the Divine Light sect's base, but even seemed happy, it was not difficult for Yiwen to guess. End of this chapter. Chapter 207. Big Brother, are you going to leave soon? In the sky above the Xianin sect, Yunlu looked at Zhou Donghuang from the back of the golden-crowned eagle, Little Gold. Her face was unusually serious. Zhou Donghuang smiled dotingly and stroked Yunlu's hair. After I bring Mother to the Xinguang Peak and prepare everything, I will leave. Zhou Donghuang had already mentioned to Yunlu that he was going to leave Ziyun, and now that Yunlu had asked him about it, he did not hide it. Big Brother, will you come back? Yunlu asked again. Of course. Zhou Donghuang nodded confidently. I will miss you, When I come back, I will definitely bring you something good. I don't want anything good. I just hope that you will come back often, Yunlu said seriously. Good. Zhou Donghuang smiled as he glanced at the Xianin sect. There were swords everywhere, and the battle was completely one-sided. There was no doubt about the outcome. The strongest people in the Xianin sect had already been killed by him at the Feast of Ziyun. Even the strongest of those who had stayed behind to guard the Xianin sect's camp were no match for the Divine Light sect leader, Tua Jin. Not to mention the fact that there were also the leaders of the Thousand-Year sect and the Tianwu sect who had attacked the Xianin sect. In just an hour, everything had been settled. Lord Donghuang, when I return, I will immediately bring 100,000 spirit stones to the Divine Light sect and let Tua Jin pass it to you. The leader of the Tianwu sect, Yiwen, led a group of people from the Tianwu sect and bowed to Zhou Donghuang. He said hurriedly, Also, Lord Donghuang, if you have time in the future, you can come to the Tianwu sect as a guest. The Tianwu sect will treat you with the highest level of hospitality. Lord Donghuang, I will also send the spirit stones as soon as possible. Also, the Thousand-Year sect welcomes you anytime. The leader of the Thousand-Year sect said respectfully. The leaders of the two sects knew very well that in the battle at the Feast of Ziyun, the young man in white before them had become a god. This young man had the ability to dominate the entire Ziyun planet, and he was undoubtedly the most powerful person in the Ziyun planet. Such an existence could only be a friend, not an enemy. Yes, Zhou Donghuang nodded slightly at the two of them, and then looked at the leader of the Divine Light sect, Tua Jin. Leader Tua Jin, I will go back now to fetch him. After you go back, make some preparations. Yes, Lord Donghuang. As Tua Jin replied respectfully, the golden-crowned eagle flapped its wings and disappeared into the clouds with the siblings. Only when the golden-crowned eagle Little Gold's figure disappeared into the clouds did the people of the three sects retract their respectful gazes. Sect leader Tua Jin, you are more familiar with Lord Donghuang. Is he really from Ziyun? After Zhou Donghuang left, Celestial Sect leader Yiwen could not help but ask Tua Jin. In the 1,000-plus-year history of the Ziyun planet, this was the first time such a heaven-defying figure had appeared. He even wondered if the other party was from the Ziyun planet. The Thousand-Year Sect leader also looked at Tua Jin. It was obvious that he was also curious about this. Sect leader Yi, I know what you're thinking. Tua Jin sighed. But Lord Donghuang is indeed a citizen of Ziyun. Who would have thought that our Ziyun planet would have such a godly talent? The Thousand-Year Sect leader sighed. When the people who came to Xianyan City for the Feast of Ziyun go back and spread the news, it will not be long before the name, Zhou Donghuang, is known throughout the entire Ziyun planet. Yiwen sighed. I can imagine that for a long time in the history of the Ziyun planet, his name will be remembered by everyone. In front of him The few Dharma adepts in the history of the Ziyun planet will pale in comparison. They will not be able to compete with him. It was just as the celestial sect leader Yiwen had said. In the short span of a few months, everywhere on the planet of Ziyun, except for those remote and desolate places like the 16 countries of the East Valley and the 14 countries of southern Jiang, people from other places had basically heard of the name Zhou Donghuang, which they had never heard of before. Zhou Donghuang, a late primal core adept that defied the laws of nature. Why was he said to be heaven-defying? He was only in his early 20s. He had instantly killed the Xianin sect's golden essence adept, Qiming, and he had even killed Xianin sect's Dharma adept, Zhongya. He had single-handedly destroyed one of the 5 major sects of the Ziyun planet, the Xianin sect. Even if all the golden essence adepts of the 4 major sects of the Ziyun planet were combined, they would still be no match for him. Most importantly, he is still young and has unlimited potential. Zhou Donghuang will become a legendary figure in the history of the Ziyun planet. Lord Donghuang is the common goal of all the adepts of the Ziyun planet. In the entire Ziyun planet, whether it was the adepts who had seen Zhou Donghuang fight in Xianyan City, or the adepts who had only heard of Zhou Donghuang but had never seen him, they all regarded Zhou Donghuang as their life goal. There were also some adepts who had seen Zhou Donghuang in Xianyan City, who carved statues of Zhou Donghuang based on their memories and placed them in their sects and families as a form of faith. Zhou Donghuang was naturally unaware of all this. After leaving the Xianin sect, he had brought his sister Yunlu back to the Valley of the Medicine Masters and brought his mother and the rest to the Xinguang sect's base, Xinguang Peak. Su Mo, the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, immediately gave the order. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was dissolved. The Donghuang sect was established. His master, Zhou Donghuang, was the founder of the Donghuang sect and the first sect leader. He was the deputy sect leader and was responsible for managing the affairs of the Donghuang sect. After the Divine Light sect moved away from Xinguang Peak, Xinguang Peak became the base of the Donghuang sect and was renamed Donghuang Peak. The Xinguang Empire was renamed Donghuang Empire. As for the original base of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, it was not abandoned and became the base of the Donghuang sect. Lu Qinghu, the patriarch of the Lu family in Yunfeng Prefecture of the western Chu Ridge of Yunyang, was the Donghuang sect leader. Announced to the various countries of the 16 countries of the East Valley that the Valley of the Medicine Masters is disbanded and the Donghuang sect is established. Make a book of the deeds of our Donghuang sect leader and send it to the various royal families of the 16 countries of the East Valley so that they can distribute it to every corner of the 16 countries of the East Valley. Following the orders of Lu Qinghu, it was not long before everyone in the 16 countries of the East Valley knew of Zhou Donghuang's deeds. They also knew that from now on, the master of the 16 countries of the East Valley was no longer the Valley of the Medicine Masters, but the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The Valley of the Medicine Masters had already been incorporated into the Donghuang sect. The former head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, Su Mo, now served the Donghuang sect leader, Zhou Donghuang, as his master. I never thought that the legendary primal core adepts would be so common on our planet of Ziyun. The 5 great empires, the 5 great sects of Ziyun. I've never heard of them before. It turns out that our 16 countries of the East Valley is just a rural area on the planet of Ziyun. The 5 great empires are really something to look forward to. I never thought that one of the 5 great sects of Ziyun, the Xianin sect, would be destroyed by someone from our 16 countries of the East Valley. And that person is now the most powerful person on the planet of Ziyun. He single-handedly established the Donghuang sect, and even the head of the Valley of the Medicine Masters respects him as his master. He seems to be from the country of Yunyang. It is said that in the future, the Donghuang sect will come to the capital of the 16 countries of the East Valley to recruit disciples every year. The outstanding martial arts geniuses may even be sent to the main Donghuang sect. And the main Donghuang sect is very close to the Donghuang Empire. Year 1234 of the Ziyun era. For For the people of the 16 countries of the East Valley, this year was destined to be unforgettable. This year, they learned of many things that they had never heard before. This year, they learned that an extraordinary person had emerged from the 16 countries of the East Valley, and now he was the Donghuang sect leader who controlled the nearby Donghuang Empire. Of course, the people who were most shocked by all this were the people of the country of Yunyang, one of the 16 countries of the East Valley. Zhou Donghuang, is it really that Zhou Donghuang? It seems so. The members of the preeminent Lu family in the capital of Yunfeng Prefecture under the western ridge of the Chu King have all been taken to the Donghuang sect. And the Lu family is on good terms with Zhou Donghuang. The head of the Lu family, Lu Qinghu, has always followed Zhou Donghuang's lead. A preeminent family has soared to the skies and is now above the royal families of the 16 countries of the East Valley. It is said that the Donghuang sect leader is Lu Qinghu. Moreover, it is said that Lu Qinghu is now a primal core adept. When a man achieves the Tao, his fowls and dogs follow him. In the Chu royal city of the western ridge of the Chu King, a group of senior members of the Chu royal household gathered together. As they spoke, they all smiled bitterly and sighed. Back then, if they had not become enemies with Zhou Donghuang and had instead been on good terms with him, perhaps they would also have soared to the skies now. Many members of the Tycoon Tang family, led by Tang Lianyan, were taken away by the people of the Donghuang sect a few days ago. There are also some members of the Grand Rin family who have been led by First Mistress Rin Jiape to the Donghuang sect. It is said that First Mistress Rin Jiape will be sent directly to the main Donghuang sect. This is normal. Not only is Rin Jiape on good terms with Yang Zishi, who is by Zhou Donghuang's side, but she is also on good terms with Zhou Donghuang himself. It is said that many members of the Yang family were so angry that they vomited blood. Who would have thought that the young Khanate stage of the past is now standing at the top of the Xian planet, invincible? Qingshan Town, the Qin family household. Sister Xiaoyu, Uncle Zhen, Big Brother asked me to come and fetch you. A huge black eagle floated in the air above the front yard of the Qin family household, and on its back stood a little girl of about 8 or 9 years old. When she spoke, her voice seemed to contain some sort of magical power, and it instantly spread throughout the entire Qin family household. Very quickly, many people gathered in the front yard of the Qin family household. It's Miss Yunlu, young Master Donghuang's sister. She has personally come to fetch Xiaoyu and Elder Qingjin. Xiaoyu and Elder Qingjin are being taken to the main Donghuang sect. Now, even the people of Qingshan Town, which was a remote place, knew about Zhou Donghuang's deeds. There was even a statue of Zhou Donghuang standing at the side of the main entrance of Yunxian Restaurant in Qingshan Town, and a stone tablet beside the statue was carved with the various deeds of Zhou Donghuang after he had left Qingshan Town. End of this chapter. Chapter 208. Sometimes a single choice could determine the course of a person's life. In the country of Yunyang, those who were on good terms with Zhou Donghuang would definitely rise to the Khanate stage, or even the primal core stage. But those who were on bad terms with Zhou Donghuang were all filled with regret. Just like now, seeing the young lady and the middle-aged man follow the little girl onto the back of the giant eagle and disappear into the clouds. The senior members of the lesser Qin family of Qinglin Town were filled with regret. Our Qin family has missed the chance to rise to the top. That year, if we had not stopped the old chief from taking Xiaoyu as his adopted daughter, the Qin family and young Master Donghuang would not have fallen out. I regret it. I regret it. Xiaoyu and Qingjin will definitely rise to the top, and we will only be able to look up to them in the future. It was not just the lesser Qin family of Qinglin Town who felt regret. There were many others who felt regret. For example, the preeminent Lin family of Yunfeng Prefecture. If the Lin family had not chased Lin Lan out of the family, Zhou Donghuang would have become a foreign disciple of the Lin family, and his relationship with the Lin family would have been much closer than with the Lu family. But because of a wrong decision by the Lin family, Their relationship with Lin Lan was completely severed, and they had missed Zhou Donghuang. The Lu family has all gone to the Donghuang subsect, where the Donghuang subsect used to be in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. It is said that anyone from the Lu family with some talent has a chance to be sent to the main Donghuang subsect. For example, the son of the former chief of the Lu family, Lu Qinghu Lu Yuan, has been sent to the main Donghuang subsect. I heard that Lu Qinghu is now a primal core adept. I remember that in the past he was not even as strong as the chief of the Lin family. If the chief had not chased Lin Lan out of the family, he would already be a primal core adept. The position of chief of the Donghuang subsect would definitely belong to the chief as well. One wrong step and everything else goes wrong. Oh my God! Our Lin family has missed out on a great opportunity. Within the Lin family estate, the group of Lin family elders and disciples beat their chests and stamped their feet. They even secretly cursed the patriarch for being blind and causing the Lin family to miss such a good opportunity to rise to the top in a single bound. As for the chief of the Lin family, Lin Jue, he had been so angry that he had been bedridden after learning of Zhou Donghuang's achievements. Now, everyone in the capital city of Yunfeng Prefecture was laughing at Lin Jue, the head of the Lin family, for being so blind as to reject such a great opportunity. Ha ha ha. Qindan and Hai. Good kill. Good kill. The first young master of the Hong family, Hong Yunfei, had been chased out of the Valley of the Medicine Masters by Qindan. After returning to the Hong family in the capital of Yunfeng Prefecture, he had shut himself into practice and rarely left the house. When he found out that Zhou Donghuang had killed Qindan in Xinyun City, he was overjoyed and felt that his revenge had been avenged. Zhuiyue, Zhous of the Lin Wu of Zhou of S. Zhous of family, Hong Lin Wei's Lin of the Hongs of Yangyang Yangxiang, Yangxians with families. Hong Wei, the head of the Hong family, was filled with regret. Otherwise, even if I'm not doing as well as Lu Qinghu, I wouldn't be too far off. Now he was just a mere qi-gathering adept. And Lu Qinghu was already a primal core adept. He had to look up to even a Khanate adept, much less a primal core adept. Father, I am preparing to participate in the assessment that the Donghuang subsect is organizing in Yunyang country this year. I want to pass the assessment and become a disciple of the Donghuang subsect. Hong Yunfei said to Hong Wei with a serious face, the current Donghuang subsect is even stronger than its predecessor, the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I want to fight to enter the Donghuang subsect. Of course, there was one more thing he did not say. He wanted to meet the legendary chief of the Donghuang sect, Zhou Donghuang, and thank him in person for killing Qindan and indirectly avenging him. Zhou Donghuang, he actually has such achievements? In the Li family household, Li Rui's face was pale. She had never imagined that, in just a few years, Zhou Donghuang would already be standing at the top of the Xian planet. Now, Zhou Donghuang was equivalent to the sky of the Xian planet. With just a word, he could decide the life and death of anyone in the Xian planet. This was the power of a king. The Donghuang Peak was now the base of the Donghuang sect. Of course, the Donghuang sect had not yet recruited disciples. The Divine Light sect had relocated, leaving not a single elder or disciple behind. Of course, this was also because Zhou Donghuang did not ask the Divine Light sect to stay. Otherwise, with just a word from him, the Divine Light sect would definitely keep whoever he wanted. Sister Jiapei, I know you like Brother Zhou too. In a quiet courtyard halfway up the Donghuang Peak, Yang Zishi was sitting with Ran Jiapei, who had just arrived at the Donghuang sect not long ago. She held Ran Jiapei's hand tightly as she confided in her heart. Sister Zishi, don't worry. I won't fight with you. Ran Jiapei forced a smile. Sister Jiapei, that's not what I meant. Yang Zishi shook her head. I just wanted to tell you that if you really like Brother Zhou, you don't have to worry about me. Because even I, in front of Brother Zhou, I am just a latecomer. Yang Zishi sighed. Big Brother, Zhou already has someone in his heart. Who? Rin Jiapei's eyes narrowed. She had always felt that if Brother Zhou wanted to find a good match, Sister Zishi would be his first choice. But now, Sister Zishi was telling her, Brother Zhou already has someone he likes? I don't know either. I only know that she is not from the planet of Ziyun. I've asked Xiao Lu and she said, Brother Zhou's sweetheart was already a primal core adept at the age of 20. A 20-year-old primal core adept who is not from the planet of Ziyun must have an extraordinary background. Her future achievements will be limitless. I'm telling you all this mainly to tell you, if you really like Brother Zhou and don't mind him having more than one woman at the same time, you have to work hard and try to catch up to that sister. That's what I think too. That's the only way I can help Big Brother Zhou and even gain his approval. Yang Zishi had kept these words in her heart for a long time, and she only said them in front of Rin Jiapei. Rin Jiapei fell silent. After a while, Rin Jiapei's eyes shone with determination. Of course, even if we do this, we may not be able to be with Brother Zhou in the future. When it comes to relationships, it's about mutual affection. But I feel that since I like Brother Zhou, even if we can't be together in the end, I should do more for him and share his burdens. Yang Zishi paused, her eyes dazed with infatuation. To be able to see his gratified smile, I think it's worth it. In another secluded courtyard not far away, Lin Lan stood there, looking at Yang Zishi and Rin Jiapei from afar. She let out a long sigh. Such good girls. If only they could all be my daughters-in-law. Miss, young Master Dongwang has already grown up. When it comes to relationships, let nature take its course. Granny Lien stood behind Lin Lan and said with a smile, Sometimes I really don't know what that child Dongwang is thinking. Lin Lan shook her head. Forget it anyway, he's about to leave the Ziyun planet to do what he wants to do. If he establishes a relationship with these two girls before he leaves, it would be unfair to them, at least from the looks of it now. Even if Donghuang leaves, they won't have to suffer too much. As she spoke, Lin Lan raised her head and looked at the higher part of the Donghuang peak. Donghuang should be done setting up those spells. When that time comes, he will also leave. In the depths of Lin Lan's eyes, there was a hint of reluctance to part. Of course, although she was reluctant, she had no intention of forcing her son to stay, because she knew that her son had his own path to follow. A 23-year-old golden essence adept, the Ziyun planet can't contain him. Lin Lan sighed softly. At the top of the Donghuang peak, Zhou Donghuang, dressed in a robe whiter than snow, stood in the air. Using his finger as a brush, he gathered his golden inner yuan and drew all sorts of complicated patterns and lines on the cliff face. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After carving for a while, he raised his hand and spirit stones were inserted into some of the patterns as if they were free. He was setting up a protective spell for the Dongwang sect. This would be the first protective spell for the Ziyun planet. Whether it was the other 4 major sects of the Ziyun planet or the Xianin sect that Zhou Donghuang had destroyed, none of them had protective spells. In the boundless universe, protective spells were usually only available to sects that had adepts at the primordial soul stage and above. This was because protective spells required too many resources, and ordinary sects could not afford them at all. Even the protective spell that Zhou Dongwang was setting up now was made up of the weakest protective spell that he could remember. Otherwise, the resources that he had on hand would not have been enough to sustain the consumption of a protective spell. Defensive spells as well as other spells, I don't want them all. I only want offensive spells. For the offensive spell, just the spirit stones that I've inserted are enough to activate it 3 times. Once the offensive spell is activated, even an early Dharma adept would not be able to escape death. If it is unexpected, it would be enough to seriously injure a mid-Dharma adept. This was also a trump card that Zhou Donghuang had left behind before he left. He would hand it over to his mother, Lin Lan, and his sister, Yunlu. Done. Half a month later, Zhou Donghuang had successfully set up the spell. Of course, these few days he did not spend all his time setting up the spell, and the protective spell was not the only one he set up. There were also a few energy-gathering spells. During this time, Zhou Donghuang had been practicing, and in his spare time, setting up the spell did not affect his practice. In the next 2 days, I'll spend time with Mother and Xiao Lu. After 2 days, I'll leave the Ziyun planet. It was late at night, and Zhou Donghuang looked up at the stars in the sky, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. He was finally going to leave the Ziyun planet. He was even more excited now than when he had left Earth in his previous life. End of this chapter. Chapter 209. While he was setting up the Donghuang Peak, Zhou Donghuang not only did not neglect his practice, but he also forged ultimate and superior spirit weapons for those close to him. At the same time, he also produced a large batch of core drugs. Of course, he also left some core drugs for his mother, Linlan. His mother, as a woman, was meticulous. Furthermore, she practiced the technique of everlasting youth, and after entering the primal core stage, she could produce a core fire that was very suitable for refining core drugs. Furthermore, from the fact that his mother liked to use some of the prescriptions he gave her to make medicine, it was clear that she was very interested in medicine and core drugs. Putting all these together, it was not difficult to see that his mother had the potential to become an outstanding core forging master. Donghuang, with your ability, if you stay on the Ziyun planet, I have nothing to worry about. But if you leave the Ziyun planet, it means that there are countless hidden dangers waiting for you, Linlan said to Zhou Donghuang with a serious expression. So, I only have one request for you. Be careful. Linlan said solemnly to Zhou Donghuang. Mother, don't worry. Zhou Donghuang smiled confidently. In his previous life, he had traveled the boundless universe alone for thousands of years before he had a strong level of practice that allowed him to stand at the top of the universe. With the experience of his previous life, the boundless universe was not unknown to him, and everything was a walk in the park for him. Brother, you have to come back soon. Otherwise, I will miss you very, very much. Yunlu looked at Zhou Donghuang reluctantly. After so many years together, she had long regarded the young man before her as her own brother. All right, I will listen to you. Zhou Donghuang smiled dotingly. Because he had already made all the necessary preparations before he left, he spent the entire day with his mother and sister Yunlu. He told Yunlu stories and taught Linlan how to activate the Great Guardian Shield formation. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang also passed on some of the core drugs he had already written down to Linlan, so that she would not have to take the wrong path when she entered the primal core stage. Donghuang, tomorrow, spend some time with Zixi and Jiapei. They are staying together. When you want to leave, just let me know. Late at night, before Zhou Donghuang returned to his residence, Linlan said to him. Zhou Donghuang was stunned at first, then he nodded. Yeah. Yunlu nodded in agreement. Big brother, sister Zixi, and sister Jiapei really like you. If you leave without spending some time with them, they will be very sad. You're just a little kid, but you're full of mischief. After glaring at Yunlu, Zhou Donghuang left. After returning to his room, Zhou Donghuang sat cross-legged on his bed and examined his elixir field. Now, in Zhou Donghuang's elixir field, for primal cores floated there, 2 of which were silver in color, and silver inner yuan flowed around them. The other 2 yuan dan were golden in color, surrounded by golden quintessential essence. Now, the 2 silver cores were suspended in the air, motionless. The silver true essence around them did not disperse, but it did not extend outwards. The 2 golden essences continued to revolve. Even though Zhou Donghuang was not deliberately practicing, they were still circulating their qi according to the Lord of the 4 Supremes, absorbing spirit energy from the outside world as they practiced. Of course, the efficiency was not as high as when he cultivated on purpose, and this was the privilege of adepts of the ultimate primal core stage and above. Even if he did not deliberately practice, the golden essences in his elixir field would still cultivate on their own. However, because it was self-cultivation, the 2 golden essences only strengthened themselves and did not help the other 2 silver essences to cultivate. The cultivation of the 2 silver essences still depended on Zhou Donghuang himself. The most important thing now is to cultivate the 2 silver essences into golden essences. Zhou Donghuang thought to himself. Now, almost a year had passed since the Feast of Ziyun was held in Xianyan City. At that time, Zhou Donghuang's elixir field had 3 silver essences and 1 solid essence. In almost a year, with the help of the rare herbs that the Xianyin sect had accumulated over the years, Zhou Donghuang's level of practice had increased by leaps and bounds. Not only had the solid essence transformed into a silver essence, but 2 of the other 3 silver essences had also transformed into golden essences. With my current ability, even if the Xianyin sect elder Zhongye had refined his dharma to the point where it was flawless, I would still be able to crush him with the ultimate primal core spirit weapon. Zhou Donghuang's current ability was completely different from what it had been a year ago. Tomorrow I will have to face Zishi again and Jiapei. Thinking of Lin Lan's instructions, Zhou Donghuang felt a headache coming on. At the same time, he could not help but think of the girl named Luo Qinghan, whom he had accidentally had sex with in the past. In the past, I always thought that I liked her, but as time passed until now, that strange feeling towards her seems to have faded quite a bit. Come to think of it, I don't understand her, and she doesn't understand me either, so how could I like her? But I still have to take responsibility, regardless of whether she needs me to take responsibility or not. She is still my woman. This is a fact that has already been set in stone. Also, the women that I, Zhou Donghuang, have slept with, I will not allow any other man to touch them. As he thought of this, Zhou Donghuang's eyes suddenly shone with a cold light, which he only retracted after a while. Although I don't have any actual feelings for her now, but feelings can be slowly cultivated. The next day, Zhou Donghuang followed his mother's instructions and went to look for Yang Zishi and Ren Jiapei. Perhaps because they knew that Zhou Donghuang was about to leave Yang Zishi, and Ren Jiapei did not bring up any sensitive topics. Big brother Zhou, don't worry. After you leave Ziyun, I will help you take good care of Aunt Lan and Xiao Lu. Yang Zishi said with a smile. Thank you. Zhou Donghuang smiled in thanks. Big brother Zhou, we will wait for you to come back. Ren Jiapei could not hide the strange emotions in her eyes. In the evening, Zhou Donghuang said goodbye to Yang Zishi and Ren Jiapei, then went to see Fu, Freezing Wind, Zhouhan, and Zhoufeng. After giving them some instructions and passing them the follow-up techniques, Zhou Donghuang gave them pointers for the entire night. It was not until the wee hours that Zhou Donghuang returned. I will leave tomorrow. Before returning, Zhou Donghuang told Fu and the rest, practice well. I hope that the next time I return, you will all have entered the Dharma stage. As soon as Zhou Donghuang said this, Fu and the rest immediately realized that their young master would be away for a long time. Of course, Zhou Donghuang's expectations of them were not high. Within 10 years, he would definitely be back. With the energy-gathering matrix they had set up on the Donghuang Peak, Fu and the rest's practice speed would not be slow. As long as they did not slack off, they would definitely enter the Dharma stage within 10 years. The next day, as Zhou Donghuang prepared to leave, everyone who was on the Donghuang Peak came out to send him off. Lin Lan Yin Lu, Yang Zishi Ren Jiapei, Fu, Freezing Wind, Zhouhan Zhoufeng, Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Zhen, the golden-crowned eagles, Big Gold and Little Gold, were also there. Big brother Donghuang, Xiaoyu will wait for you to return. Qin Xiaoyu said to Zhou Donghuang with red eyes, her tone full of reluctance. Now, Qin Xiaoyu was no longer the little girl of the past. She had grown up, and the childishness in her beautiful cheeks was almost gone. Unlike Yun Lu, who had maintained the appearance of an 8 or 9-year-old girl. I will return within 10 years. High up in the sky, Zhou Donghuang stood with his hands behind his back and nodded to the crowd. Then, with a flash of his body, a golden flame seemed to ignite around him. In the next moment, he transformed into a bolt of golden lightning and shot into the sky. disappearing into the clouds. Wah! Yun Lu, who had been holding back her tears sensibly, could no longer hold it in as she watched her brother leave. She threw herself into Lin Lan's arms and cried loudly. Whether it was Lin Lan, Yang Zishi, or Rin Jiapei, tears streamed down their faces as well. Obviously, in order to let Zhou Donghuang leave in peace, they had been holding it in. Xiaoyu, don't cry. Qin Zhen comforted his daughter. Didn't your brother Donghuang say? He will return within 10 years. 10 years. Without attaining the primal core stage, a person's life would only last 10 years. This time, Zhou Donghuang did not bring anyone with him. He did not even bring the golden-crowned eagles, Big Gold and Little Gold, leaving them to guard the Donghuang sect. There are only a few people in the Donghuang sect now, and they do not live up to their name. However, the next time I return, I believe that they will have already developed the Donghuang sect. Before he left this time, Zhou Donghuang not only set up an energy-gathering formation for the residents of Lin Lan and the rest, but he also set up other formations in other parts of the Donghuang Peak. Of course, there were good and bad ones among these formations. However, even the best of these formations were much worse than the one that covered the residents of Lin Lan and the rest. These were all prepared by him for the future disciples of the Donghuang sect. In my memory, there are no teleportation portals on any of the planets in the galaxy where the Xian planet is located. Let's find the nearest teleportation portal first. Zhou Donghuang raised his hand, and an azure ball the size of a baby's fist appeared in his hand. It could also be called a pearl, and it was the energy-seeking pearl that Zhou Donghuang had made. The function of the energy-seeking pearl was to find the nearest teleportation portal. The spell that was set up inside it would resonate with the nearby teleportation portals. The production of the energy-seeking pearl was very simple. As long as one knew how to set up the spell, even an early primal core craftsman could make it. As for the materials, they could use anything as long as it could withstand the spell needed to make the energy-seeking pearl. Of course, on the Xian planet, there was a high chance that no one knew how to make the energy-seeking pearl. This was because on the Xian planet, there was not a single true craftsman. In Zhou Donghuang's eyes, a true craftsman had to at least be able to make inferior primal core spirit weapons, and not be able to make things like sword spheres and space rings. Whoosh! After Zhou Donghuang injected his inner yuan into the energy-seeking pearl, it immediately flew into the air and sped off in a certain direction. Zhou Donghuang followed closely. After we reached the teleportation array, where should we go next? Zhou Donghuang racked his brains as he followed the energy-seeking pearl, searching through the memories of his previous life. It is now year 1234 of the Xian era. At this time in my previous life, I was still on Earth. End of this chapter. Chapter 210. In my previous life, although I met them on Earth, other than helping them and interfering with their lives, my previous encounters did not affect their lives at all. Zhou Donghuang kept the form-seeking pearl and sped off in the direction indicated by the pearl. He planned to leave the Xian planet and head to another galaxy. In this life, although I did not appear on Earth earlier and did not meet them again, their lives will definitely follow their original path if nothing unexpected happens. Among them, the earliest incident will happen about 10 years later. As such, I am not in a hurry to go to Earth for now. When I return to the Xian planet, I will go to Earth and help them solve their problems. Very quickly, Zhou Donghuang made up his mind. However, before I reach a planet with a teleporter, I still need to consider where to go. There is no need to go to an unknown place. It is risky and full of uncertainties. In this life, my greatest advantage is the 1,000 years of memories from my previous life. Zhou Donghuang was not an inflexible person. With 1,000 years of memories from his previous life, he naturally would not take the wrong path in the name of training in this life. Whichever path was easier to walk on, he would take it. If there was a shortcut to take, and it was a safer shortcut, he would be a fool not to take it. Think about it. After I left Earth in my previous life, I heard about some places where relics of the strong appeared or where treasures were born. As Zhou Donghuang hurried along, he searched through the memories of his previous life. There were too many memories from his previous life, especially from the time after he left Earth. If he did not actively recall them, he would not be able to recall them. The memories from the last few hundred years of his previous life were more clear. Furthermore, in those memories, there were many details about the ancient relics and the relics of the strong that he could reach before anyone else. However, those pieces of information were of no use to him now. This was because, with his current ability, even if he knew where the relics were and what treasures were born, he would not be able to obtain the items in the relics. He would not be able to obtain the treasures. Without diamonds, one would not be able to do it. Zhou Donghuang had always stuck to this principle. Got it. Let's go to the Honglong planet of the Tianma galaxy first. A memory flashed through Zhou Donghuang's mind, causing his eyes to light up. Heavenly Horse Galaxy, Great Dragon Planet. That was also one of the planets he had visited in his previous life after he had left Earth. At that time, someone had obtained a relic left behind by a Dharma Peak adept on the Honglong planet. It was said that the Dharma Peak adept was a lone practitioner. When he was about to die of old age, he set up a spell to hide his tracks, waiting for the fated person to collect his belongings. Eventually, that place was discovered by a few disciples of a large sect on the Great Dragon Planet, and the relics of the Dharma Peak adept were also obtained by that sect. That incident had spread like wildfire on the Great Dragon Planet. Basically, everyone on the Great Dragon Planet knew about it, as long as they weren't particularly uninformed. I think it's in the demonic Beast Mountain range, north of the Great Dragon Star's sky, Sword Sect. I can't remember the name of the demonic Beast Mountain range. However, that place is the place where the younger generation disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect and some of the surrounding forces train. And when we reach the Grand Dragon Star, we just need to find the Sky Sword Sect's encampment. As he thought about this, Zhou Donghuang felt much more assured. In my previous life, I only found out about this about 130 years later. However, at that time, the Sky Sword Sect spread the news that the Dharma Peak adept had already died of old age 200 years ago. That means that Dharma Peak adept had already died of old age 70 years ago. Now, his relics are already there. Although I don't know exactly where it is in the demonic Beast Mountain range. Since it's there, I'm sure I'll be able to find it if I look carefully. Zhou Donghuang was very confident about this. I hope that the teleporter that the energy-seeking pearl will lead me to is in the galaxy next to where the Xian planet is. Otherwise, I'll have to travel to other galaxies and that'll take a long time. Zhou Donghuang prayed silently. In his previous life, Zhou Donghuang had been brought to Earth by the crazy Taoist, and they had traveled through space. And the galaxy where Earth was located was next to where the Xian planet was. Of course, it was not in the direction that Zhou Donghuang was heading to now. Now, Zhou Donghuang was heading to another galaxy. There were no teleporters in the galaxy where the Xian planet was located. This meant that anyone who wanted to come to the Xian planet would either have to rely on random teleporters, or they could only teleport to a nearby galaxy and cross the galaxy physically. Apart from these two methods, there was no other way. On the other hand, the galaxy where Earth was located had a teleporter, and it was on Earth, and it was not just one, there were 9 of them. Whoosh! Guided by the energy-seeking pearl, Zhou Donghuang traveled at full speed. The golden flames around his body surged, and his entire person seemed to have transformed into a golden meteor, flying through space. A month later, Zhou Donghuang finally crossed to another galaxy physically. And this was because the Xian planet was relatively close to this galaxy. If he had gone to Earth, it would have taken at least 3 months for Zhou Donghuang to enter the galaxy where Earth was located. When he left the Xian planet, the spirit energy in the air had already become thinner, and the further he went from the Xian planet, the thinner the spirit weapons became. Along the way, Zhou Donghuang relied on spirit stones to replenish the inner yuan in his body to support the journey. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. I haven't even seen the planet, but the spirit energy has already become so thick. Looks like the teleporter that the energy-seeking pearl is taking me to is on the planet ahead. After traveling for 2 months in another galaxy, Zhou Donghuang felt that the spirit energy in the sky had suddenly become thicker, and the further he went, the thicker the spirit energy became. In these 2 months, Zhou Donghuang had passed by 3 planets in this galaxy, but these 3 planets did not have spirit energy, and there were obviously no spirit stone veins on them. They were all uninhabited planets, and the various environments were not suitable for the survival of ordinary life. I see it. 10 days later, a planet appeared before Zhou Donghuang's eyes. Not only was it bigger than Earth, it was even much bigger than the Xian planet. However, it was not as good-looking as the Xian planet, let alone compared to Earth. Earth was the most beautiful planet that Zhou Donghuang had ever seen in his 2 lives. It was the most beautiful planet he had ever seen. What a thick spirit energy. 3 days later, Zhou Donghuang followed the guidance of the energy-seeking pearl and arrived at the sky where the teleporter of the planet was located. He passed through the clouds and slowly descended. The spirit energy on this planet was much thicker than that of the Xian planet. The environment of the Xian planet makes it difficult for even Dharma adepts to be born, but on this planet, not just Dharma adepts, even primordial soul adepts can be born. After deeply feeling the spirit energy on this planet, it was not difficult for Zhou Donghuang to confirm this point. Of course, only planets that had given birth to primordial soul adepts or planets that had once been visited by primordial soul adepts could possibly have a teleporter. The inscription of a teleporter was not complicated, nor was it difficult, but there was a requirement for one's level of practice. One had to be a primordial soul adept or above to be able to inscribe it. I've arrived. Very quickly, Zhou Donghuang, who had followed the guidance of the energy-seeking pearl, discovered the location of the teleporter. It was located in a desert. In the boundless desert, there was a stone platform that occupied a vast area. On the stone platform, there were 9 areas, and each area was inscribed with extremely deep patterns, and they were all exactly the same. In addition, at the 4 corners of the stone platform, there were 4 huge stone pillars. These 4 stone pillars would require at least 10 adults holding hands to encircle them. They were at least 100 feet tall and looked majestic, and they were also inscribed with deep patterns. This was a standard interstellar teleportation array. Under the main teleporter, there were 9 subsidiary teleporters, which could simultaneously transport 9 batches of people across planets and galaxies. In addition, on each of the 4 stone pillars of the galaxy teleporter, there were 3 lines of words. Akiyama Galaxy, Planet Heiyu, the Wilderness North. Obviously, this planet was called Planet Heiyu, and this was a part of the planet known as the Wilderness North, and the galaxy where Planet Heiyu was located was called the Akiyama Galaxy. The 3 lines of words inscribed on the pillars could be said to be the coordinates of this teleporter in the boundless universe. From other galaxies and planets, one could use the teleporter to teleport to this place. Someone's here. Just as he arrived above the stone platform, Zhou Donghuang seemed to have discovered something. His eyebrows raised, and his gaze focused on one of the stone pillars. I've been discovered. The target is a golden essence adept. Get out. 3 voices rang out simultaneously from behind the stone pillars, and 3 figures shrouded in golden flames appeared from behind the stone pillars. In a blink of an eye, they surrounded Zhou Donghuang. If you don't want to die, scram. Faced with the 3 golden essence adepts surrounding him, Zhou Donghuang's expression was calm, but his eyes flashed coldly as he shouted impatiently. These 3 golden essence adepts were obviously lying in ambush beside the galaxy teleporter, waiting for an opportunity to use the teleporter to other places, or to rob adepts who had used the teleporter to come here. Only Primal Core adepts and above could use the galaxy teleporter. Because of this, regardless of whether it was the person being teleported or the person being teleported, they would not be weak. Waiting here, if they met someone weaker than them, and if they met someone stronger than them, they would hide. Zhou Donghuang had met many people like this in his previous life. Of course, he had only met such people on planets where primordial soul adepts were rare. This was because on planets where primordial soul adepts and even stronger adepts were as common as the clouds, it was basically impossible to meet such people because no one dared to take the risk. For adepts of the Dharma stage and above, unless they fought, it was very difficult to determine their actual level of practice, unless a primordial soul adept used his divine will to investigate. However, primordial soul adepts did not even deign to wait around the galaxy teleporter to rob passers-by. End of chapter. Chapter 211. Upon hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, the 3 golden essence adepts who had surrounded him were stunned. After a while, they regained their composure and looked at each other. They could not help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. A mere golden core cultivator actually dares to challenge us? Does he think he's a Dharma adept? What a joke! The 3 golden essence adepts looked at Zhou Donghuang mockingly. Each of them had a weapon in their hands, 2 knives and 1 sword. Their golden inner yuan was infused into the weapons, and they shone brightly. 3 superior grade spirit weapons? Zhou Donghuang raised an eyebrow. He had not expected that these 3 golden essence adepts who had come out to rob him would all have superior grade spirit weapons. Superior grade spirit weapons could increase the power of inner yuan by 60%. On the planet of Ziyun, due to the limited resources available, Zhou Donghuang could not give each of his men an ultimate spirit weapon. Most of them only had superior grade spirit weapons. That's true. This planet might even have primordial soul adepts. This planet is not something that the planet of Ziyun can compare to. Any random golden essence adept would have a superior grade spirit weapon. After thinking this through, Zhou Donghuang felt at ease. Since none of you wish to leave, then stay, Zhou Donghuang said calmly. In his right hand, the spirit weapon, the folding fan, was in his hand. As his golden inner yuan was infused into it, the golden flames surged. An ultimate spirit weapon. Unlike the narrow-minded golden essence adepts of the planet of Ziyun, the 3 golden essence adepts surrounding Zhou Donghuang immediately recognized that the spirit weapon in Zhou Donghuang's hand was an ultimate spirit weapon. On planet Heiyu, there were craftsmen who could forge Dharma spirit weapons, not to mention primordial core spirit weapons. However, even a craftsman who could forge a Dharma spirit weapon might not be able to forge an ultimate spirit weapon. This was because ultimate spirit weapons were extremely difficult to forge. The inscriptions on an ultimate spirit weapon were extremely complicated, at least 10 times more complicated than inscriptions on a superior grade spirit weapon. On planet Heiyu, the number of weapon forgers who could produce ultimate spirit weapons were few and far between. Furthermore, the chances of them producing ultimate spirit weapons were extremely low. Because of this, the ultimate primal core spirit weapons of planet Heiyu were usually in the hands of the disciples of the great clans. It's an ultimate spirit weapon. I'm rich. I'm rich. I really didn't expect it to be a fat sheep. Kill him. The ultimate primal core spirit weapon is ours. The eyes of the 3 golden essence adepts shone with greed, and they attacked almost at the same time. 2 knives and 1 sword, with a sharp golden glow, flew toward Zhou Donghuang like 3 beams of light. Is it not good to be alive? Faced with the combined attack of 3 golden essence adepts, Zhou Donghuang shook his head and sighed. Then the golden light on his body intensified, instantly doubling in strength. At the same time, the true core energy on the folding fan in his hand instantly doubled. The inner yuan of the 2 golden elixirs in Zhou Donghuang's elixir field fused perfectly and roared out at the same time. After being amplified by the ultimate spirit weapon, the surrounding air seemed to stagnate. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang moved towards one of the knife-wielding golden essence adepts. His speed was more than double that of his opponent, and in the blink of an eye he brushed past him. Whoosh! A brilliant golden light flashed past, and the golden essence adept's head flew into the sky. Whoosh! Just as the other two golden essence adepts regained their senses and their expressions changed, another golden essence adept's head flew into the air. Only the last golden essence adept was left trembling. What kind of monster is this? His inner yuan is more than double that of ours. How can there be such a huge difference? What kind of person is he? Is he really human? Whoosh! The last golden essence adept followed in the footsteps of his two companions, and with a flash of blood his head flew into the sky. Thump! 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 3 heads fell to the ground in less than a breath's time. Before this, Zhou Donghuang had already collected their spirit weapons and space rings. The quality of these 3 spirit weapons is not bad. It's a pity that the craftsman's skills are too poor. If I reforge them, I can make them into ultimate primal core spirit weapons, said Zhou Donghuang. And these 3 space rings are made of space stones that are better than the ones in my space ring. If I reforge them, the space inside will be larger. Indeed, this planet has mid-quality spirit stones. In the spatial rings left behind by the 3 golden core cultivators, there was a considerable amount of spirit stones, and there was no lack of mid-grade spirit stones. Normally, unless a mere golden core cultivator came from an extraordinary background, it was impossible for them to have so much wealth. In the boundless universe, the value of 1 mid-quality spirit stone was equivalent to the total value of 10 inferior quality spirit stones. The 3 golden essence adepts were all robbers, and although they did not have much background, they had always been lucky, and so they were quite wealthy. It was a pity that they had met Zhou Donghuang, the current Zhou Donghuang, with his primal core stage inner yuan, the 1,000 years of battle experience from his past life, and the ultimate primal core spirit weapon. Even in the entire universe, there was almost no one below the Dharma stage who could match him. Of course, almost. The universe was too big, and there were many races in the universe. Among them, there were many races that were born with powerful bodies and incredible combat abilities. Zhou Donghuang himself was just one of the more mediocre humans in the universe. Of course, in the entire universe, humans made up more than 80% of the population. Next were beasts, who made up about 10%. The remaining 10% were other life forms. Time to go. After Zhou Donghuang collected his spoils of war, he leaped onto the stone platform and landed on one of the submatrices of the galaxy teleport. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang threw 10 mid-quality spirit stones into a rectangle in front of him. The rectangle was very large, and it could hold hundreds of spirit stones. As the 10 mid-quality spirit stones entered the rectangle, an invisible force enveloped Zhou Donghuang. At this time, Zhou Donghuang began to recite the name of his destination: Tianma Galaxy, Honglong Planet, Sky Sword Sect. Using the galaxy teleporter would require different amounts of spirit stones for adepts of different levels. For primal core adepts, if they wanted to use the same galaxy teleporter, they would only need 1 mid-quality spirit stone or 10 inferior quality spirit stones. If they wanted to use the galaxy teleporter, they would need 10 mid-quality spirit stones or 100 inferior quality spirit stones. For Dharma adepts to use the galaxy teleporter, they would need to pay 10 times the price of a primal core adept to use the galaxy teleporter, 10 mid-quality spirit stones, or 1 superior quality spirit stone. At this time, one could use 100 inferior quality spirit stones to use the galaxy teleporter. If they wanted to use the galaxy teleporter, they would need 100 mid-quality spirit stones, or 10 superior quality spirit stones, or 1 ultimate spirit stone. At this time, no amount of inferior quality spirit stones would be of any use. This was because the galaxy teleporter could only hold 100 spirit stones, and that was the upper limit. And for primordial soul adepts to use the galaxy teleporter, they would need to pay 10 times the price of a Dharma adept. In the future, it would be the same. For example, in Zhou Donghuang's previous life, when he was a heavenly adept, Even if he wanted to use the galaxy teleporter to travel between planets, it would still require 100 ultimate spirit stones. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost as soon as Zhou Donghuang finished reciting his destination, the inscriptions beneath his feet suddenly lit up, and the inscriptions on the 4 stone pillars around him also lit up. In the next moment, Zhou Donghuang's entire body was enveloped by the light, and his body was completely submerged. After a while, when the light dissipated, Zhou Donghuang was nowhere to be seen, as if he had disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the stone platform and stone pillars of the galaxy teleporter also returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. To Zhou Donghuang, when he was enveloped by the power of the galaxy teleporter, his vision went black and then bright, and he saw another galaxy teleporter. In fact, this galaxy teleporter was almost exactly the same as the one he had seen before. However, because the location was different, Zhou Donghuang was certain that it was another galaxy teleporter, and the inscriptions on the 4 stone pillars around the galaxy teleporter were also different. Tianma Galaxy, Honglong Planet, Sky Sword Sect. Obviously, he had reached his destination. This was the Honglong Planet of the Tianma Galaxy. Of course, although the coordinates of this galaxy teleporter were for the Sky Sword Sect, it was definitely near the base of the Sky Sword Sect and not inside the base. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to directly teleport into the base of the Sky Sword Sect? This galaxy teleporter was most likely set up by the primordial soul adepts of the Sky Sword Sect to make it convenient for the people of the Sky Sword Sect to travel between the various galaxies and planets. That is the Sky Sword Sect. This galaxy teleporter was located in the middle of a mountain forest. Zhou Donghuang looked at a few perilous peaks not far away, and according to his memory, he remembered that this was the base of the Sky Sword Sect. Now, let's go to the north of the base of the Sky Sword Sect, to the Demon Forest, and look for the relics left behind by the Dharma Peak Adept. Zhou Donghuang rose into the air and headed north of the Sky Sword Sect. On the way, Zhou Donghuang's attention was involuntarily focused on the galaxy teleporter. Although the galaxy teleporter is not difficult to carve as long as one is a primordial soul adept and above and has seen the formation patterns and diagrams, one can set it up, but if one really delves into it, it involves space teleportation. Space teleportation, not to mention me, who was a Deva adept in my previous life, even the deity tribulation adepts, who are above the Deva adepts, would not be able to do it. Behind the galaxy teleport, I feel like there is a shadow of the legendary divine realm. It is as if there was a powerful person from the divine realm who set up the rules in the boundless universe, so that anyone who is above the primal core stage can use the galaxy teleporter created by those who are above the primordial soul stage. As for where the inscriptions and diagrams of the galaxy teleporter came from, there is no way to trace it back. If we really want to trace it back, we can definitely trace it back to ancient times or even earlier. End of this chapter. Chapter 212. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. The secrets behind the galaxy teleporter are things that even I, who had attained the heavenly stage in my previous life, could not understand, much less now. There's no point in thinking about it now. Zhou Donghuang immediately stopped thinking about it. In my previous life, I had passed by this Honglong planet and was about to have a breakthrough in my training, so I stayed here for a while. After hearing that it was a relic left behind by a Dharma Peak adept, I purposely came here. At that time, I was just an ordinary primal core adept, and I wanted to come here to see if there was a chance for me to take advantage of this opportunity. At that time, I was not the only one who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. However, at that time, the Sky Sword Sect had sealed off the entire mountain range of beasts, so I and the others had made a wasted trip. With the memories of his previous life, Zhou Donghuang had a certain level of understanding of the Honglong planet. There was a primordial soul adept on the Honglong planet, but he only had a few decades left to live in his previous life. When Zhou Donghuang had arrived at the Honglong planet, he had heard that the primordial soul adept had already passed away a few decades ago. The Sky Sword Sect was considered a rather powerful sect on the Great Dragon Planet. It was located in a remote area, and there was a Dharma Peak adept in the sect. However, there was only one Dharma Peak adept in the sect. Because of this, the Sky Sword sect valued the relic left behind by a Dharma Peak adept very much, and they did not even leave a chance for others to take advantage of this opportunity. I'm here. As he thought about it, Zhou Donghuang looked down and saw a vast mountain range in front of him. It was covered in greenery, and the mountain path was winding and winding. Zhou Donghuang did not discover anything after flying in a circle in the air. Without my divine will, there's no way to investigate the situation in the air. Zhou Donghuang shook his head and sighed as he descended. Divine will can only be formed after attaining the primordial soul stage. The current me is still a long way from being able to form my divine will. Zhou Donghuang, who had trained in the Lord of the Four Supremes, was still a long way from the Dharma stage, let alone the primordial soul stage, which was above the Dharma stage. If I can't find anything from the air, then I'll go in and investigate, although it's a waste of time. It's better than being a headless fly. Zhou Donghuang passed through the shade of a forest and entered the side of the mountain range. He planned to search the entire mountain range in search of the relics left behind by the Dharma Peak adept. As soon as he landed, Zhou Donghuang felt the ground tremble slightly. Just as he turned around, he saw a giant wolf with a black mane that stood up like a hedgehog. It was running toward him from afar, and its bloodthirsty eyes were staring at him. Its mountain-like body was pressing toward him. The speed of the giant wolf was very fast, and the true chi under its feet was more than 10 feet. Khanate demon. With one look, Zhou Donghuang could tell that the wolf was a late-stage Khanate demon. In Zhou Donghuang's eyes, this type of demon was no different from an ant. Roar! The giant wolf did not realize the danger. Although it was intelligent, in its eyes a human youth who looked to be in his 20s could not pose any threat to it. In the blink of an eye, the giant wolf was right in front of Zhou Donghuang. It pounced on him, its jaws wide open, saliva dripping from its fangs. It looked extremely ferocious. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang did not move, but a silver inner yuan shot out from his body and formed a silver palm in the air, slamming down on the giant wolf's head. Bang! With a loud crash, the giant wolf's body stopped in its tracks, and it fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Its huge head had been flattened, and brain juices flowed all over the ground. After killing the giant wolf, Zhou Donghuang did not even look at it. Instead, he began to search the surroundings to see if the final resting place of the Dharma Peak adept was nearby. It's the Black Wolf King. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from behind, causing Zhou Donghuang to turn around to look. With just a glance, he saw a woman in green, who could barely be considered a beauty. She was dressed in neutral clothes, had delicate features, and carried a sheathed, long sword on her back. In the blink of an eye, she came to the side of the giant wolf that he had killed. Behind the woman in green, there were 2 other young men. Regardless of whether it was the woman in green or the 2 young men, they looked to be about the same age as Zhou Donghuang. It really is the Black Wolf King. The gray-clothed, ordinary-looking young man with a sheathed long sword at his waist came to the woman's side. He looked at the dead giant wolf and exclaimed, "Oh my God! What a strong force!" He directly smashed the Black Wolf King's head. The person who killed the Black Wolf King must have been an expert with his palms. "You killed the Black Wolf King." The last young man, who was dressed in green and had rather good looks and a soft sword at his waist, did not follow them to look at the dead giant wolf. Instead, he looked at Zhou Donghuang cautiously. Zhou Donghuang was standing nearby. Because the woman in green and the young man in gray were both focused on the corpse of the giant wolf, they did not notice him in time. Just then, hearing their companion's voice, the 2 of them turned to look at Zhou Donghuang, their eyes filled with shock and uncertainty. This handsome young man in white before them, who looked to be about the same age as them, was he really the one who killed the Black Wolf King? One had to know that the Black Wolf King was no ordinary late Khanate stage demon. Unless it was an extremely powerful late Khanate stage adept or an ultimate Khanate stage adept. There was no way that one person could kill it alone. Now, the corpse of the Black Wolf King was lying there, and it had not been taken care of. The young man in white was the only one nearby, and if he was not mistaken, he was the one who had killed the Black Wolf King. Zhou Donghuang nodded slightly in response. Then a thought occurred to him, and he asked, "Are you disciples of the Sky Sword sect?" "Yes," the woman in green replied, and at the same time she asked, "Are you not?" "No." Zhou Donghuang shook his head. "Not." The eyes of the woman in green narrowed as she was shocked. The young man in gray beside her was also shocked. The arrogant young man in green also frowned slightly at this moment. He had not expected that the young man who had killed the Black Wolf King was not a disciple of the Sky Sword sect. The three of them were still thinking, could this young man in white also be a disciple of the Sky Sword sect? This was because in the surrounding area, besides the Sky Sword sect, there were no other powerful sects or families. And in these sects and families, it was impossible for there to be such a young, late Khanate stage adept, let alone an ultimate Khanate stage adept. "Are you an ultimate Khanate stage adept?" the young man in green asked. This time, Zhou Donghuang did not speak. He only shook his head and then looked away. He continued to look around, searching for the place where the Dharma adept had died. No. Seeing Zhou Donghuang shake his head, the three of them naturally thought that he was a late Khanate stage adept, and one of the best of the best. Only a late Khanate stage adept would have the ability to kill the Black Wolf King alone. "My friend." At this time the young man in gray looked at Zhou Donghuang with a smile and said politely, "The Black Wolf King that you killed was also one of our targets this time. We want its fangs and heart. Would you be willing to part with it?" "Give me a price." The young man in green looked at Zhou Donghuang condescendingly and said casually. When Zhou Donghuang shook his head and denied that he was an ultimate Khanate stage adept, the young man in green looked at Zhou Donghuang differently. At first, it was fear, but now it was disdain. Zhou Donghuang ignored the young man in green and looked at the polite young man in gray. He said, "I did not intend to take anything from the wolf. You can have it if you want." "You did not intend to take it?" The young man in green looked even more disdainful. The late Khanate stage Black Wolf King's entire body was a treasure. Even an ultimate Khanate stage adept like him would have dissected it and taken away the valuable parts. This young man in white was just a mid-Khanate stage adept. And yet he dared to say that he did not intend to take anything from the Black Wolf King? What a joke. "My friend, we cannot accept a reward without doing anything. Just as the young man in gray was taken aback and was about to speak again, he was interrupted by the sound of running footsteps, and the ground began to shake. In a moment, 5 wolves that looked exactly the same as the one lying dead on the ground appeared in front of Zhou Donghuang and the others. They lined up in a row and glared at Zhou Donghuang and the others. Occasionally, when they looked at the giant wolf that had been killed by Zhou Donghuang, their eyes were filled with anger and violence, and the black mane on their bodies stood on end. "Ha! I did not expect our luck to be so good. Another 5 Black Wolf Kings have appeared. All right, we do not need to buy the things that we want from him. We can just take them ourselves." The young man in green laughed. 5 Black Wolf Kings. The lady in green stared at the 5 wolves with fear in her eyes. "Zhao Si, if Xiaoyu and I join forces, we can at most deal with 1 Black Wolf King. Are you confident?" She and the young man in gray had just entered the late Khanate stage not long ago, and their abilities were only average among the late Khanate stage adepts. They would not be a match for a single Black Wolf King. "Rulon, don't worry, this is a piece of cake." The young man in green, Zhao Si, smiled confidently. "You and Xiaoyu will join forces to restrain one of the Black Wolf Kings, and then let that young man who is not too bad take care of the other 2. Within 20 breaths, I will definitely kill the other 2 Black Wolf Kings, and then we will take care of the rest." As he spoke, Zhao Si looked at the young man in white, who was still looking around, and said firmly, "Young man, if you do not want to die, then do as I say." End of this chapter. Chapter 213. Ignorant kid, did you hear what I said? Are you deaf? Seeing that Zhou Donghuang was still walking and looking around, Zhao Ci's face darkened. Oh, whoa! Perhaps they were annoyed by Zhao Ci's incessant yelling. So the 5 Black Wolf Kings held at the sky and pounced toward Zhao Ci. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Zhao Ci. Damn it! The sudden scene before him caused Zhao Ci, who had just recovered from his shock, to have a drastic change in his expression. Because Zhao Ci's attention had been on Zhou Donghuang, he had not had time to react to the 5 Black Wolf Kings surrounding him. Otherwise, with his connate stage cultivation level, he would have been able to ensure that he would not be surrounded by the 5 Black Wolf Kings. The 5 Black Wolf Kings glared at Zhao Ci with their bloodthirsty eyes, causing Zhao Ci's hair to stand on end and his entire body to shiver. Although he was an connate stage adept, he had only broken through recently. 1 Black Wolf King, he could easily kill it. 2 Black Wolf Kings, he could barely handle it. 3 Black Wolf Kings, life and death. 4 Black Wolf Kings, life and death. 5 Black Wolf Kings, death and death. Kid, if we die, you will die too. I advise you not to take any chances. Zhao Ci looked at the 5 Black Wolf Kings warily as he looked at the young man in white. His tone had softened, but it was still arrogant. Almost as soon as Zhao Ci's voice fell, "Roar! Roar!" the 5 Black Wolf Kings moved at the same time, like 5 bolts of lightning, pouncing towards Zhao Ci from all directions. Their jaws were wide open, and their fangs glinted with a cold light. Zhao Ci. The gray-robed young man, Xie Yu's expression changed. His body floated forward like a willow catkin as he unsheathed his long sword. A 10-feet-long sword light whizzed out and pierced towards one of the Black Wolf Kings. This caused the Black Wolf King to abandon Zhao Ci and turn around to slap the sword away. Who? The lady in green followed suit, unsheathing the long sword on her back. Similarly, a ray of green light flashed out and fought alongside Xie Yu. They barely managed to fend off the Black Wolf King, who had turned around to pounce on them. However, even though the 2 of them were working together, it was still a little taxing for them to deal with the Black Wolf King. On the other side, Zhao Ci, who was surrounded by the 4 Black Wolf Kings, was in an even more pathetic state. He could only rely on his speed to dodge the attacks of the 4 Black Wolf Kings. Although the Xiantian Qi of the 4 Black Wolf Kings was only about 10 feet long, it was extremely condensed. On the other hand, Zhao Ci's Xiantian innate Qi was 30 feet long, but it was extremely scattered, giving off a feeling of powerlessness. Friend, make your move. After realizing that Zhao Ci was in danger, Xie Yu smiled bitterly as he joined forces with the lady beside him to deal with the Black Wolf King. Zhao Ci's temper is not very good, but given the current situation, if you don't act now and Zhao Ci dies, we will all be wiped out. Friend, I apologize on behalf of Zhao Ci. Whether it was Xie Yu or the woman beside Xie Yu, it wasn't hard to see that the white-clothed young man didn't pay any attention to Zhao Ci from beginning to end. Even though they had known Zhao Ci for a few years, they could not stand Zhao Ci's arrogance. What more the others? Just now, Zhao Ci's tone had been filled with disdain. Anyone who was not deaf could hear it. If they were the young man in white, they would also be displeased. Indeed, Zhou Donghuang did not have a good impression of Zhao Ci. However, he had a good impression of the other 2. Therefore, when he heard the 2 of them speak, Zhou Donghuang stopped looking around and turned around to look at the pathetic state of the battle. More accurately, he was looking at the pathetic state of the sky sword sect disciple named Zhao Ci. The other 2 were still doing well. They had joined forces to fight the Black Wolf King and were evenly matched. Just as Zhou Donghuang was activating the Silver Core Inner Yuan in his elixir field and preparing to kill the Black Wolf Kings. Why are you begging him? Zhao Ci shouted, and his tone was filled with rage. If we die, he will die as well. If he doesn't do anything, then he can only wait for death. However, I've changed my mind. Even if he has to die in front of us." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ci's eyes were filled with violence. With a sweep of the sword in his hand, the 4 Black Wolf Kings stopped in their tracks. Then the qi beneath his feet surged. He no longer cared about the problem of using his qi to escape the encirclement of the 4 Black Wolf Kings and pounced towards Zhou Donghuang like a bolt of lightning. The 4 Black Wolf Kings gave chase. "Die, punk!" Zhao Ci's eyes were filled with madness. Now he seemed to have lost all sense of reason. Even if he had to die, he would drag the person in front of him down with him. Swoosh! The sword in Zhao Ci's hand straightened like a poisonous snake as it sliced through the air. Then Zhou Donghuang bit down, aiming for the throat. "Zhao Ci, you're crazy!" "Stop!" Zhao Ci's 2 companions saw this, and their expressions changed. They hurriedly tried to stop Zhao Ci. However, was Zhao Ci really crazy? Of course not. The qi in his body had been greatly depleted just now, and Zhao Ci had realized that even if the young man in white managed to hold back 2 of the Black Wolf Kings, he would not be able to kill the other 2 and would not be able to escape. As such, he decided to use all his qi in a short period of time to divert the attention of the 4 Black Wolf Kings to the young man in white. Then he would make use of this opportunity to escape. Of course, by doing this, he would be abandoning his 2 companions. Fleeing on her own in the face of danger, Zhou Donghuang stood rooted to the ground, not moving an inch. He watched as Zhao Ci sheathed his sword at the critical moment and brushed past him without attacking him. "Punk, although I want to kill you in order for me to escape, you should leave your life to the 4 Black Wolf Kings." "Ha ha!" As he brushed past Zhou Donghuang, Zhao Ci laughed heartily. It was as if he was certain that the 4 Black Wolf Kings would kill Zhou Donghuang and give him time to escape. At this time, the 2 companions who were courting death also realized that Zhao Ci was planning to abandon them and escape alone. Their expressions changed drastically. Zhao Ci had escaped, and the young man in white was dead. They were destined to die. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Heavens! What had they just seen? Was this real? Were they dreaming? Under the shocked gazes of the 2 of them, the white-robed young man who had led the 4 Black Wolf Kings to charge at Zhao Ci had, at the most crucial moment, leaped into the air like a celestial being, causing the 4 Black Wolf Kings to miss their target. After the 4 Black Wolf Kings missed their target, they continued to chase after Zhao Ci. As Zhao Ci's qi became weaker and weaker, the distance between them and Zhao Ci continued to close. From the looks of it, they would catch up to Zhao Ci in a few breaths' time. Not good. The 2 of them had been distracted by the young man in white's ability to rise into the air. When they regained their composure, they realized that the Black Wolf King had taken the opportunity to attack them. Now, it was too late for them to defend themselves. Bang! Just as the 2 of them thought that they were going to die, a silvery palm print descended from the sky and pressed the Black Wolf King into the ground. The Black Wolf King had died in front of them in the blink of an eye. The way he had died was exactly the same as the previous Black Wolf King. Silver essence adept. The 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time their hearts trembled. They had never imagined that the young man in white, who looked about the same age as them, was actually a silver essence adept. Even in the Sky Sword sect, the most outstanding disciple of the Sky Sword sect, who was about the same age as them, was only at the early stage of the Primal Core stage. What's going on? On the other side, Zhao Ci, who had thought that he had used the young man in white as bait to escape the 4 Black Wolf Kings, suddenly realized that the footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. In a hurry, he turned his head and saw the white-robed young man standing in the air. Primal Core Adept. Zhao Ci's expression changed as he lost his footing and fell to the ground. In the next moment, the 4 Black Wolf Kings leapt towards him. Save me! Save me! In his despair, Zhao Si looked at the young man in white standing in the air and begged for his help. In his opinion, as long as this primal core adept intervened, he would definitely be able to survive. Those who are unjust are doomed to die. Zhou Donghuang only glanced at Zhao Si lightly and left him with these words before returning to his original spot in the air. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Si had been torn to shreds by the 4 Black Wolf Kings. After killing their prey, the 4 Black Wolf Kings turned their heads to look at Zhou Donghuang. Now that they had developed intelligence, a look of fear flashed across their blood-red eyes, and they fled into the forest in the distance. Everything had been settled. "Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives." At the same time, the remaining 2 disciples of the sky sword sect bowed to Zhou Donghuang in gratitude, their eyes filled with respect. Zhou Donghuang nodded at the 2 of them and left the area. He had looked carefully at the area and had not found any clues as to where the Dharma adept had died. Now it was time to change locations. After watching Zhou Donghuang's silhouette disappear from their sight, the 2 disciples of the Sky Sword sect regained their senses and looked at the place where their comrade, Zhao Si, had died. Their eyes were filled with anger. Who would have thought that Zhao Si would abandon us and escape on his own? Humph! He deserved to die. Regarding Zhao Si's death, the 2 of them did not feel any pity, because Zhao Si's actions had already chilled them to the core. However, Zhao Si's father is still the 4th elder. We still need to find an excuse so that 4th elder does not know that Zhao Si died in front of us. That's right. Our abilities are not as good as Zhao Si's, but we survived. 4th elder is so protective and vengeful that he will not let us off easily. End of this chapter. Chapter 214. After parting ways with the 2 disciples of the Sky Sword sect, Zhou Donghuang began to patiently search the entire mountain range for the burial place of the Dharma adept he was looking for. 1 day passed and there was no result. 2 days passed and there was still no result. After spending a full 5 days, Zhou Donghuang finally found the suspected burial place of the Dharma adept. Of course, before it was completely confirmed, it could only be said to be suspected, because it was too well hidden. It's too well hidden if not for the fact that these 2 beasts were fighting and bumped into the brambles here. I would not have found this place. Zhou Donghuang looked at the mountain wall that had cracked open after he had cut down the brambles. Through the crack in the mountain wall, he could see a dark cave passage. Beside Zhou Donghuang, 2 huge creatures lay there, completely lifeless. They were the 2 connate beasts that had been fighting. After Zhou Donghuang appeared, they both stopped fighting and turned to attack Zhou Donghuang. In the end, they died at Zhou Donghuang's hands. These few days, I've been to this place at least 3 times. The first 2 times I didn't find it. After shaking his head and sighing, Zhou Donghuang lifted his hand and a bright silver palm shot out. With a bang, the crack in the wall was blasted open. A cave passage that could fit an adult man appeared in front of Zhou Donghuang. If there are no accidents, it should be inside. After Zhou Donghuang entered the cave passage, there was no obstruction. Finally, he entered a dark cave. As Zhou Donghuang's inner yuan condensed into the samadhi fire, the cave immediately lit up. The cave was not spacious, and could even be said to be simple. In the middle of the cave, a person sat cross-legged. He was now a skeleton, and his robes were tattered and old. On his left hand's middle finger, there was a space ring. Other than that, there was nothing else. "Thank you." Zhou Donghuang bowed to the skeleton. After the ceremony, he took the space ring from the skeleton's left hand and searched the surroundings. After confirming that there was nothing else of value, he left. "From now on, no one will disturb your peace." After exiting the cave, Zhou Donghuang casually struck out a few times, causing the cave passageway to collapse. Then he dealt with the mountain walls and thorns at the entrance of the cave. After confirming that nothing was out of place, he stepped into the air and left. This spatial ring is actually a supreme grade spatial ring. Zhou Donghuang instinctively wanted to see what was inside the space ring, but there was no reaction. It was only when he pinched his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it that the space ring reacted. Only top-grade spatial rings could be used by blood binding. Moreover, a top-grade spatial ring had a space of at least 3 square feet, and the largest could even reach a square foot of 10 square feet. 10 square feet, converted to modern Earth units, was about 30 meters. Now, the ultimate space ring in Zhou Donghuang's hand was a cube with a length, width, and height of more than 20 meters. It could be considered a mid-level, top-grade spatial ring. Moreover, there was another benefit of a superb space ring. Even if it was taken away, as long as you were still alive and you hadn't removed the ownership, no one would be able to take out the items inside. Let's see what's here. Zhou Donghuang began to look at the items inside the space ring that the Dharma adept had left behind. The first thing he saw was a letter. Because time in the space ring was still, this letter was still as new as ever. On the envelope, the words for the lucky one were written in large letters, and the signature was Mo Qian. Obviously, the Dharma Peak adept who had left this space ring behind was called Mo Qian. I hope it's just a bunch of nonsense. As he took out the letter from the envelope, Zhou Donghuang frowned slightly. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to open this letter. Usually, he preferred those that left behind various tests, because to a certain extent, that was considered as a reward for his hard work. Moreover, the person who left behind these kinds of miraculous encounters would not leave behind any difficult questions after you had passed all the tests and obtained the items inside. Even if they left behind difficult questions, you could completely ignore them. I only obtain the items you left behind after passing the tests you left behind. After passing the tests, you still want to give me difficult questions? That's not very kind of you. However, if there were no tests left behind, and it was purely a free miraculous encounter, and the person who left behind the miraculous encounter had left behind some last words for you to do something for him, for someone who valued favors, you would have to do your best to help him complete the task. This was a form of karma, and Zhou Donghuang belonged to the type of person who valued favors. Indeed, after opening the letter and reading it for a while, Zhou Donghuang shook his head and sighed. These old fogies, they're really bad. Let's see what he left behind first. If it's not enough to move me, or if I think it's not worth it, I'll at most return the space ring along with the items inside to him. He had no choice. He had to be soft-hearted after receiving favors from others. If he was an ungrateful person, even if he had read the instructions in the letter, he could have completely ignored it, and it would not have affected him in any way. But for someone like Zhou Donghuang, this was a form of karma that he had no choice but to accept. Unless he did not accept this karma, once he accepted it, he had to see it through to the end otherwise. When he went through the deity's tribulation to ascend to the divine realm in the future, it would become a terrifying tribulation of his inner demons. 2 ultimate Dharma spirit weapons, hundreds of thousands of mid-level spirit stones, and many core medicines. This is the core king fruit. If Zhou Donghuang had been able to remain calm at the start, when he saw the giant golden spirit fruit in the space ring, he could not help but lose his composure. The core king fruit was a spirit fruit that could only be consumed by primal core adepts. Even if an adept who had just entered the late primal core stage were to consume it, he would be able to enter the ultimate primal core stage within a few days. Of course, for a spirit fruit, like the core king fruit, any primal core adept would only be able to see its effects the first time they consumed it. This is really tempting. As long as I consume this core king fruit, one of my remaining 2 silver essences, within a few days, it will transform into a golden essence. It had to be said that Zhou Donghuang was a little tempted. At this time, Zhou Donghuang had basically looked through everything in the space ring. Just as he was about to retract his thoughts, he realized that in the corner of the space ring, there was something that looked like a dried tree branch. It looked very inconspicuous, and it was no wonder that it had been tossed in the corner. However, When Zhou Donghuang saw it, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he could not wait to take it out. The dried tree branch was about 4 feet long, and the patterns on it were very strange. It looked like scales had grown on it, and it was completely grayish-brown in color. It really is this. At this moment, Zhou Donghuang's breathing quickened. Because of his excitement, his chest rose and fell like a bellows being pulled. Soul Shaper! It's actually Soul Shaper, and it's a complete Soul Shaper. My God! Even in the boundless universe, this is something that can be called supreme treasure. If the Soul Shaper were to appear, it would be enough for the top warriors of the great clans and supreme sects to compete for it. Even at the peak of my previous life, as long as there was a glimmer of hope for it, I would fight for it. If I had this Soul Shaper in my previous life, why would I need to worry about the inner demons of the deity's tribulation? If I had this Soul Shaper, I would have long entered the deity's tribulation stage, defeated the deity's tribulation, and ascended to the divine realm. The Soul Shaper could be refined by adepts of the Dharma Laws stage and above. Once Dharma Laws adepts refine the Soul Shaper, they would be able to condense their divine will in advance. Once this divine will was released, it would be invincible against anyone below the primordial soul stage. After refining a complete Soul Shaper and entering the primordial soul stage, the divine will condense from the primordial soul stage would not be stronger than that of ordinary primordial soul adepts of the same level, but the strength of the primordial soul would be greatly increased, and they would be able to ignore all primordial soul attacks of primordial soul adepts. After entering the divine transformation stage, they would also be able to ignore all divine will attacks of divine transformation adepts. Later, it would still be the same. When they entered the highest stage in the universe, the deity's tribulation stage, their primordial soul would be even more frightening, and they would be able to ignore the inner demons of the deity's tribulation. A complete Soul Shaper! In this boundless universe, if someone took out the Soul Shaper to auction. In my previous life, when I was at my peak, all the wealth I had combined would probably not even be able to bid for 1/10 of the complete Soul Shaper. Zhou Donghuang sighed as he carefully placed the Soul Shaper back into his space ring. That Dharma adept probably did not recognize that it was the Soul Shaper. Perhaps he did not even know of the existence of the Soul Shaper. The Soul Shaper, because of its nature-defying effects, was also known as the Divine Soul Shaper by the thousands of races in the universe. Looks like I will not be able to avoid this karma. Zhou Donghuang looked at the letter in his hand and sighed. In the letter, the Dharma adept named Mo Gon asked the person who obtained the item he had left behind to try his best to avenge him. His enemy, before he reached the end of his life, was a primordial soul adept. Furthermore, he was a primordial soul adept who had possessed the body of someone else. And the person who had been possessed was Mo Gon's only kin, his adopted son. Because of this, he and that person became enemies. To avenge the death of his son, Hunglio Galaxy, the great desolate planet, the burning sect Gong Sunling. I'll remember this. He even listed many of the evil deeds that Gong Sunling had done. Is he worried that the person who obtained the item you left behind would be a gentleman who would only help you kill evil people and not good people? That's quite thorough thinking. Primordial soul adepts had one chance in their lifetime to be reborn. They could use it during normal times, and they could also use it when their life was about to end. However, once the possession was successful, they would be stuck at the primordial soul stage for the rest of their lives, and there would be no possibility of breaking through. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would easily possess the body of another. End of this chapter. Chapter 215. Gong Sunling, primordial soul adept, once possessed another person's body. In this life, he is destined to be stuck at the primordial soul stage, with no hope of entering the divine transformation stage. When I enter the primordial soul stage, I will avenge you and end the karma between us. Zhou Donghuang looked at the letter in his hands. Suddenly, the inner yuan in his hands ignited with samadhi fire, burning the letter to ashes. Actually, with a treasure like the Soul Shaper, when Zhou Donghuang entered the deity's tribulation stage, he would be able to ignore the scariest part of the deity's tribulation, the demons of the heart. Even if he did not resolve the karma between him and the Dharma adept, it would not affect his future deity's tribulation. However, although it would not affect his deity's tribulation, he did not intend to ignore this karma. This was because he was the type of person who would repay kindness with kindness. Furthermore, the favor he had received this time was a complete soul shaper. This was something he had dreamed of in his previous life. In the boundless universe, a complete soul shaper was known as the pass to the divine realm. Anyone who refined a complete soul shaper would be able to ignore the scariest part of the deity's tribulation, the demons of the heart, before ascending to the divine realm. I'll leave this great dragon planet after I've digested the medicinal power of the Pill King fruit and head to the next stop. However, in my memory, there are only a few places that are suitable for me to have a fortuitous encounter at this time. Next, Zhou Donghuang stayed on the Honglong planet for a few more days. After he had digested the power of the Core King fruit, one of the two remaining silver essences in his elixir field had successfully transformed into a golden essence. Now, there was only one silver essence and 3 golden essences left in Zhou Donghuang's elixir field. Now, as long as he was not surrounded by a group of golden essence adepts armed with ultimate spirit weapons, as long as there was enough space for him to use his techniques, he would be able to defeat anyone below the Dharma stage, even without a spirit weapon. Time to go. The nearest galaxy teleporter was the one near the Sky Sword sect. Zhou Donghuang used this teleporter to leave the Honglong planet and the Tianma galaxy. After leaving this time, he might never set foot in the Heavenly Horse galaxy again in his life. How vast was the boundless universe! The Sky Horse star region was just a small star region in the universe. Many large star regions were as big as the Sky Horse star region. 1 month later, Luoha Galaxy, Tianqian planet. Who? A figure dressed in snow-white robes appeared out of thin air in one of the galaxy teleportation formations on the Tianqian planet, following which, he lazily raised his head and glanced at the stone pillar on the side of the stone platform. There were 3 lines of words on the stone pillar: Luoha Galaxy, Planet Tianqian, Yunka City. After looking away from the stone pillar, Zhou Donghuang looked around. On one side was a mountain range, on the other was a lush forest, on the other was a vast grassland, and on the other side was a city on a plain. This city should be Yunka City. Zhou Donghuang's heart thumped. In the past month, Zhou Donghuang had been to all the places he needed to visit and had successfully obtained what he needed. Now, he had come to the Tianqian planet in the Luoha Galaxy for Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan was the woman he had spent a night with in the lost forest of the Yunyang country of the Ziyun planet, because they had consummated their marriage, and because it was her first time he saw Luo Qinghan as his woman. Therefore, he had come to find her. I wonder if this Tianqian planet is the Tianqian planet that she is from. Zhou Donghuang thought to himself. In the past, when he and Luo Qinghan had enjoyed sex together, she had told him that she was from the Luo family of the Tianqian planet. Zhou Donghuang did not know which galaxy the Tianqian planet was in. The reason why he had come to the Luoha Galaxy was because he had heard that there was a Tianqian planet there. Who? Just as Zhou Donghuang was about to leave the stone platform where the galaxy teleportation formation was, and head to Yunka City to gather information, another person appeared on the teleportation formation beside him. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed lavishly and had a mustache above his upper lip. His eyes shone with shrewdness. "Brother, you are already a primal core adept at such a young age?" The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Donghuang, and his face was full of surprise. After all, only adepts of the primal core stage and above could use the galaxy teleportation formation to travel between galaxies and planets. Zhou Donghuang nodded. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, he asked, Is there a Luo family on the Tianqian planet? Looks like you are from the outside. The middle-aged man smiled. There is indeed a Luo family on the Tianqian planet. Furthermore, the Luo family is considered one of the top families in the entire Tianqian planet. Their strength is second only to the strongest sections. Zhou Donghuang's eyes lit up. Looks like I have found the right place. Where is the Luo family? Zhou Donghuang asked again. Brother, I can tell you where the Luo family is, but even if I tell you the location, I am afraid you will not be able to find it. The middle-aged man shook his head. And I do not have a map of the Tianqian planet. In my opinion, you should go to Yunka City and buy a map, then bring it to the Luo family. Thank you. Zhou Donghuang nodded and thanked him. In a flash, he rose into the air and headed in the direction of Yunka City. Although the middle-aged man already knew that Zhou Donghuang was a primal core adept, now that he saw the silver inner yuan surrounding Zhou Donghuang, his eyes narrowed. Silver essence adept. Just now, although he knew that this young man in white, who looked to be in his 20s, was a primal core adept, he had only thought that he was an early primal core adept. He had never imagined that this young man would be a late primal core adept, a silver essence adept. Brother, wait. I am going to Yunka City too. The middle-aged man called out to Zhou Donghuang and rose into the air as well. His body was also surrounded by silver inner yuan, and as Zhou Donghuang slowed down, he caught up with him. Brother, my name is Qin Outyan. What is your name? The middle-aged man asked with a smile, becoming much more friendly. After all, a 20-year-old golden essence adept usually had a powerful force behind him, and this 20-year-old golden essence adept had a high status in that force. There was no harm in making friends with such a person. Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang responded, but his eyes were still on Yunka City, which was getting closer and closer. Brother Donghuang, where are you from? I see that you look to be in your 20s, but you are already a silver essence adept. This is really surprising. Qin Outyan asked curiously. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Zhou Donghuang said lightly. Qin Outyan's expression froze as he realized that Zhou Donghuang did not want to talk about it, so he did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he asked another question. Brother, you are going to the Luo family. Do you know anyone there? Yes. Zhou Donghuang nodded and turned to look at Qin Outyan. Do you know of Luo Qinghan in the Luo family? Of course I do. Qin Outyan nodded, and his eyes lit up as he said, She is the daughter of the Luo family, the youngest primal core adept in the history of the Luo family. Before I left the Tianqian planet a few years ago, she was already a primal core adept at that time. She had just turned 20. Moreover, it is said that she is recognized by many as the most beautiful woman on the Tianqian planet. Qin Outyan said. Zhou Donghuang's lips curled into a rare smile. It seemed that his luck was not bad. The Tianqian planet in the Luohe galaxy was the planet where Luo Qinghan was from. Brother, do you know the daughter of the Luo family? Qin Outyan asked, his eyes shining. Zhou Donghuang's reply shocked Qin Outyan. She is my woman. These were Zhou Donghuang's exact words. After a while, Qin Outyan regained his composure, and without any warning, his eyes revealed an indescribable excitement. After a while, the excitement subsided. Qin Outyan looked at the city in front of him and smiled at Zhou Donghuang. Brother Donghuang, we are almost at Yunka City. Do you want me to bring you to buy a map? Qin Outyan was very enthusiastic. Bring me to a shop. I can buy it myself, Zhou Donghuang said. Qin Outyan nodded. All right. Qin Outyan agreed, and after entering Yunka City with Zhou Donghuang, he brought Zhou Donghuang to an independent multi-story shop in the city. Brother Donghuang, this is the 1,000 Treasures Pagoda under the Huayu sect of the Tianqian planet. It sells everything, including a map of the Tianqian planet. If you have any other needs, you can take a look inside. Qin Outyan smiled. I'll take you here. Thank you. Zhou Donghuang thanked him and took out 10 mid-quality spirit stones. This is my repayment. Seeing Zhou Donghuang take out the mid-quality spirit stones, Qin Aoyan's eyes lit up, but his face was stern. Brother Donghuang, you are going too far. I treat you as a friend, but what do you take me for? With that, Qin Aoyan turned around and left without looking back. Zhou Donghuang looked at Qin Aoyan's back and then walked into the Thousand Treasures Pagoda. Inside the Thousand Treasures Pagoda, a young lady who acted as a shop assistant quickly came to greet him. Sir, what do you need? I want to buy a detailed map of the Tianqian planet, Zhou Donghuang said. Also, I want to buy some herbs and a good elixir furnace. You can bring me to see the best elixir furnace you have here. Now that Zhou Donghuang had an ultimate primal core spirit weapon and a few other ultimate Dharma spirit weapons for him to use after he entered the Dharma stage, he did not need to specially buy metal ores and other materials for forging weapons. Of course, if he could find a rare treasure, he would definitely not miss it. An hour later, Zhou Donghuang bought what he wanted and left the Thousand Treasures Pagoda under the enthusiastic gaze of the shop assistant. He had spent tens of thousands of mid-quality spirit stones in one go. It was rare to see such a big client. Chapter 216. The Luo Family. After leaving the tower, Zhou Donghuang unfurled the map in his hands and looked at the approximate location of the Luo family. It was quite a distance from Yunka City, where he was now. In addition, there was a galaxy teleporter near the Luo family with the coordinates Tianqiu Empire. From the galaxy teleporter in Yunka City, directly to the Tianqiu Empire, then to the Luo family. This way, I can reach the Luo family as soon as possible. Zhou Donghuang's heart skipped a beat, and he had a plan. As he flew out of Yunka City, the originally calm Zhou Donghuang's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly before he calmed down. After leaving Yunka City, Zhou Donghuang flew towards the galaxy teleporter with the coordinates Yunka City. When he first came to the Tianqian planet, he did not know the coordinates of the galaxy teleporters, so when he was teleporting, he only recited the first coordinate, the Luoha galaxy, and the second coordinate, the Tianqian planet. He did not recite the third coordinate. In such a situation, the galaxy teleporter would normally randomly teleport him to one of the galaxy teleporters on the Tianqian planet in the Luoha galaxy. Zhou Donghuang was randomly sent to the galaxy teleporter near Yunka City. He had just flown half the distance when he stopped in his tracks. At the same time, two swift figures flew over from behind him. In the blink of an eye, they blocked his path. Brother Donghuang, we meet again. One of the two people blocking Zhou Donghuang's way was the well-dressed middle-aged man, Qin Aoyan, who had enthusiastically helped Zhou Donghuang lead the way to Yunka City's Thousand Treasure Tower. At that time, Qin Aoyan had sent Zhou Donghuang to Thousand Treasure Tower, and Zhou Donghuang had prepared to give him 10 mid-quality spirit stones to thank him for leading the way, but he had rejected it. As for the other person, he was a tall and burly old man in blue. His features bore some resemblance to Qin Aoyan's, and he was now looking at Zhou Donghuang with a burning desire, his eyes filled with a strong sense of greed. This old man's body was surrounded by a golden halo. It was golden inner yuan, and it was obvious that he was an ultimate primal core adept, a golden essence adept. Zhou Donghuang nodded lightly, his expression still calm, without the slightest change. Brother Donghuang, I am sorry. Qin Aoyan stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. His eyes were filled with unparalleled greed. If there is an afterlife, remember not to go out alone. Even if you go out alone, it's best not to reveal your wealth. Qin Aoyan's words exposed his motive for blocking the road. He wanted to kill them and rob them of their wealth. He was only about 20 years old, but he was already at the late primal core stage. It was highly likely that he was backed by a powerful force that even had primordial soul adepts. This kind of existence must have a shocking amount of wealth in his hands. Even an average Dharma adept might not be as rich as him. The temptation of such wealth was too great. He couldn't resist it. Qin Aoyan had no intention of letting this white-robed young man live. considering that there might be a powerful force behind this white-robed young man. He had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, it might leave behind a hidden danger that would consign him to eternal damnation. No wonder you didn't want the spirit stones I gave you at the entrance of the Myriad Treasure Tower an hour ago. It turns out that you think it's too little. Zhou Donghuang had a sudden realization. Tian, why are you wasting your breath on him? He was afraid that something bad might happen. I'll kill him now and take his space ring. The eyes of the old man in blue suddenly shone with a feverish light. The golden inner yuan on his body surged, and a cold, narrow knife appeared in his hand. As soon as the narrow knife appeared, his inner yuan poured into it, and his aura doubled. An ultimate primal core spirit weapon? Zhou Donghuang raised his eyebrows. Die! The old man roared, and his body flew through the air like a golden fireball. With a golden flame wrapped around the knife, he rushed towards Zhou Donghuang. Even though the old man could tell from the silver inner yuan surrounding the young man in front of him that he was only a silver essence adept, he had no intention of being careless now. Even a lion would use all its strength to fight a rabbit. He would not easily make a mistake because of his own carelessness. Therefore, even though his opponent was only a silver essence adept, he still did not hold back and attacked with all his might, intending to kill him in one blow. I wonder how much wealth he has on him. Qin Outyen stood in the air, watching over Zhou Donghuang. His eyes were filled with cruelty, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a brilliant smile. However, in the next moment, his smile completely froze. His eyes widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable. How is this possible? Just a moment ago, Qin Outyen had been waiting for the scene of the young man being killed by his father, but in the next moment, he saw a scene that made his heart almost stop beating. The young man in a snow-white robe stood rooted to the ground, unmoving like a mountain. At this moment, the silver inner yuan surrounding the young man had disappeared, and in its place was a vast expanse of golden inner yuan. From afar, it looked like a golden flame was burning fiercely. His right hand stretched out horizontally, and like a pincer, he grabbed the spirit knife that was slashing towards him. In front of him, an ultimate primal core spirit weapon that a golden essence adept used with all his might was like a child wielding a sword. It posed no threat at all. Isn't he a silver essence adept? How could he be a golden essence adept? What's going on? Impossible. That's impossible. Also, even if he is a golden essence adept, how could he take on my father's ultimate primal core spirit weapon with his bare hands? Now, the power of the inner yuan on the ultimate primal core spirit weapon has doubled. What's going on? Could it be that father did not use his full strength? That's not right. It's not like father has never killed other silver essence adepts before. Even when facing silver essence adepts, he used his full strength to kill them in seconds. Qin Outyen's expression changed drastically, and his heart spasmed and trembled as countless thoughts ran through his mind. He could not understand what was happening in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sounds came from afar, and Qin Outyen was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. The golden inner yuan in Zhou Donghuang's right hand exploded, and he immediately snatched the ultimate primal core spirit weapon from the old man's hand. Then he sent the old man's head flying into the sky. Fresh blood floated in the air like red roses blooming, dazzling to the eyes. The old man's head flew through the air for a distance before it fell to the ground. His blood-stained face was filled with terror and shock. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Perhaps, until the moment before his death, the old man still could not understand. How could a silver essence adept suddenly have the inner yuan of a golden essence adept? Also, how could that inner yuan easily crush his own inner yuan, which had been doubled by the ultimate primal core spirit weapon? Father! The scene before him caused Qin Outyen to show a look of pain and regret. He regretted provoking the young man before him. or else his father would not have died. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, the old man was killed. After taking the old man's space ring, Zhou Donghuang seemed to transform into a golden bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Qin Outyin in the blink of an eye. A light breeze caressed his face, and Qin Outyin shivered. When he regained his senses, he looked at the expressionless young man in front of him and immediately knelt down. "Brother Donghuang, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Please let me go." Qin Outyin panicked, completely panicked. His martial arts talent was stronger than his father's, and he would definitely enter the Dharma stage in 100 years. By then, he would be able to live to 600 years old, but now he was not even 100 years old. He still had more than 500 years to live, and he did not want to die here. However, what he got in response was a casual palm strike from Zhou Donghuang. Bang! The golden palm strike was like a mountain, and Qin Outyin did not even have a chance to react before his entire body was crushed into a pool of blood by the terrifying force of the palm strike. Only a space ring was left, and it fell from the sky and was collected by Zhou Donghuang. From beginning to end, Zhou Donghuang looked at the scene before him with an indifferent expression. In the 1,000 years of his previous life, he had seen too many similar scenes. One wrong step, and there would be no hope of redemption. A martial arts practice would disappear with the death of a martial artist. Whoosh! After killing the two, Zhou Donghuang used the golden inner yuan that he did not have time to retract to hurry on his way. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the galaxy teleporter. Then, through the galaxy teleporter, he was transported to the Tianshui Empire, which was near the Luo family. The galaxy teleporter of the Tianshui Empire was located outside the capital. Zhou Donghuang had just landed when he looked at the map again, and then he flew in the opposite direction of the capital. The Luo family was located in a mountain range on the side of the capital of the Tianshui Empire. The entire mountain range was the territory of the Luo family, and no one was allowed to enter easily. The Luo family mansion was surrounded by the mountains like stars surrounding the moon. Birds sang, and the fragrance of flowers bloomed. It was elegant and peaceful like a paradise. At this moment, in the simple yet elegant hall of the Luo family mansion, the head of the Luo family, Luo Wuchen, looked at the young man in front of him with surprise in his eyes. "You are a friend of my daughter Qinghan." The young man in front of him was dressed in a robe whiter than snow. He was handsome and had a refined aura. He did not look like an ordinary person at all, at least in Luo Wuchen's eyes. The most outstanding of the younger generation in the top sex of the Tianxian planet could not compare to this young man in white. Zhou Donghuang greets father-in-law. Zhou Donghuang bowed to Luo Wuchen. He understood this little bit of etiquette. Of course, it was also because the person in front of him was Luo Qinghan's father. Otherwise, even if the person in front of him was a mighty martial artist of the immortal stage, he would not have bowed to him. What did you call me?" Luo Wuchen's eyes narrowed, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He quickly regained his composure, and his eyes were filled with anger. A giant sword Dharma, 3 feet tall, appeared on his body. The sword light swallowed, and it emitted waves of unparalleled power that pressed down on Zhou Donghuang. The young man in front of him actually dared to take advantage of him and his daughter? Since when did his daughter have a husband? Chapter 217. Whoosh! As Luo Wuchen's giant sword Dharma approached, Zhou Donghuang's golden inner yuan surged out of his body without any warning and easily resisted the power of the Dharma. Golden essence adept. Seeing this, Luo Wuchen seemed to forget that he was still angry. He stared at the young man in front of him with his mouth agape. This young man looked to be around 20 years old, perhaps even younger than his daughter, Luo Qinghan. How could he already be a golden essence adept? Even his daughter, although she had also entered the ultimate primal core stage and become a golden essence adept when she left the Xian planet a year and a half ago, the strength of her inner yuan was still far from this young man. Furthermore, his daughter, Luo Qinghan, had only been able to achieve so much in such a short period of time because she had a miraculous encounter outside a few years ago. Just as Luo Wuchen stared at Zhou Donghuang in shock, thoughts flashed through his mind. After that miraculous encounter, Luo Qinghan's talent was so strong that no one in the entire Tianqin planet could match up to her. And this young man in front of me is actually more talented than Luo Qinghan? That's not right. Luo Qinghan only became enlightened a few years ago. If she had been enlightened 10 years ago, she would probably have entered the Dharma stage by now. However, even so, this young man's talent is probably not any worse than Luo Qinghan's. At that moment, Luo Wuchen's expression turned serious. He was so young and already had such achievements. This young man most likely had a powerful force behind him that the Luo family could not afford to offend. Father-in-law. Zhou Donghuang spoke again, and Luo Wuchen's expression darkened once more. Without waiting for Luo Wuchen to speak, Zhou Donghuang looked at the giant sword dharma that had risen from Luo Wuchen's body and continued. This dharma of yours has two obvious flaws. I'm sure you've noticed them long ago and tried to hide them, but you've done a poor job of hiding them. Any dharma adept with a good eye would be able to see these two flaws at a glance. As soon as Zhou Donghuang said this, Luo Wuchen's eyes narrowed. This was because the young man in front of him had hit the nail on the head. His dharma idol did indeed have two obvious flaws, and this was also a flaw in the Luo family's inherited cultivation method. This had been the case for many generations. However, just as the young man in front of him had said, any dharma adept with slightly better eyesight would be able to see through it at a glance. However, he never expected that today the flaw in his dharma form was actually seen through by a golden core cultivator, and it was exposed right in front of his face. If I'm not wrong, this is because of the cultivation technique you're practicing. There's a problem with it. When Zhou Donghuang spoke again, Luo Wuchen was even more shocked. He felt as if he had no secrets to hide from the young man in front of him. Who are you? Luo Wuchen asked solemnly. He could not figure out why such a person would come to the Luo clan to entertain him and address him as father-in-law. He had never heard his daughter mention that she had a man she liked or a close friend. Father-in-law, I've already introduced myself. I'm Zhou Donghuang, your son-in-law. This time, I came to the Luo family to propose marriage. Zhou Donghuang said, Propose marriage? Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Luo Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief. Then he frowned and said, Even if you're here to propose marriage, isn't it too early for you to address me as father-in-law? After all, this marriage might not happen. It still depends on my daughter Qinghan's opinion. Furthermore, I don't know anything about you yet. I'll have to investigate further. Because of Zhou Donghuang's shocking words, Luo Wuchen's attitude towards him had changed subtly, and he was now much more polite. Father-in-law, your daughter and I have already consummated our marriage a few years ago. This time, I'm here to propose marriage to her because I want to be responsible for her. Zhou Donghuang's words, which were neither servile nor overbearing, instantly caused Luo Wuchen's expression to change drastically. Subconsciously, he shouted angrily, What did you say? You said that you and my daughter Qinghan already consummated our marriage? And it was a few years ago. Now, Luo Wuchen's face was alternating between green and white. The first thought that surfaced in his mind was that this person in front of him was spouting nonsense. However, when his eyes met Zhou Donghuang's, it was difficult to tell that he was lying. In fact, Zhou Donghuang's eyes were as clear as water, giving him the feeling that he was being overly cautious if he doubted Zhou Donghuang. Yes, Zhou Donghuang nodded seriously. When? Where? Although he still felt that it was ridiculous, Luo Wuchen forced himself to calm down and ask seriously. Without waiting for Zhou Donghuang's reply, Luo Wuchen's gaze turned cold, and he added, If this is true, then so be it. But if this is a lie that you made up, then you will be sentenced to death for slandering my daughter. Don't even think of leaving the Luo family today. Luo Wuchen warned. Following that, as Zhou Donghuang spoke, Luo Wuchen realized that the time that Zhou Donghuang had mentioned matched up perfectly with the time that his daughter had gone out that year. Furthermore, it was during that time that his daughter had returned that her talent had undergone a complete transformation. Someone, as Luo Wuchen shouted towards the outside of the main hall, a servant hurriedly rushed in and bowed respectfully, awaiting his orders. Go and find old Madam Li. Tell her that I have something urgent to attend to and will wait for her in the main hall. After Luo Wuchen gave the order, the servant hurriedly left. Father-in-law, this is my betrothal gift. After the servant left, Zhou Donghuang raised his hand, and a stack of paper appeared in his hand. This was the betrothal gift that he had prepared for the Luo family. Although he had never proposed marriage in his previous life, as the saying went, even if you have not eaten pork, you will have seen pigs run. As for the process of proposing marriage, he still knew a little about it. This betrothal gift? Seeing Zhou Donghuang take out a stack of paper and say that it was a betrothal gift, Luo Wuchen frowned. He had seen stingy people before, but he had never seen someone as stingy as this. What kind of betrothal gift was this? On the Tianqian planet, the betrothal gifts for the betrothal gifts were usually large amounts of spirit stones and a few spirit weapons. But this white-robed young man in front of him had actually taken out a stack of paper? Do you want to get something for nothing? I'm not in a hurry with the betrothal gift. I want to confirm the truth of what you said first. Luo Wuchen waved his hands and said in a low voice, whether it's true or not, wouldn't it be clear once we call your daughter over? Zhou Donghuang said. Humph. Luo Wuchen snorted and glanced at Zhou Donghuang. He had wanted to say that his daughter had already left the Tianqian planet, but in the end, the reporter did not speak. About 15 minutes later, a skinny old woman wearing a loose green robe blew into the hall like a gust of wind. A late Dharma adept? Although the old lady did not display her Dharma power, Zhou Donghuang could still determine that she was a late Dharma adept based on her inner Yuan aura. He was even stronger than Luo Wuchen, the head of the Luo family. Zhou Donghuang was puzzled. Who is she? At this time, shouldn't my father-in-law call his daughter over? I heard from the maidservant that you have something urgent to discuss with me. After the old lady appeared, she glanced at Luo Wuchen and asked. At the same time, her gaze subconsciously fell on Zhou Donghuang, who was standing at the side, and she nodded to herself. This young man was handsome and could be considered the most outstanding person of the younger generation that she had ever seen in her life. Mother-in-law. Luo Wuchen bowed to the old lady. After his voice reached Zhou Donghuang's ears, Zhou Donghuang also knew who the old lady was. Immediately, he bowed and greeted the old lady. Granny, Granny. The old lady was stunned. What was going on? After a moment, an idea flashed in her mind, and the old lady's face darkened. She glared at Luo Wuchen and said coldly, Luo Wuchen, don't tell me that this is an illegitimate child that you raised outside. I remember telling you a long time ago that unless you are stronger than me, as long as I am alive, you will not let down my dead daughter. As she spoke, the old lady's tone became colder and colder. Mother-in-law, you have misunderstood. Luo Wuchen smiled bitterly. He is here to ask for my hand in marriage. He wants to marry Qinghan. Ask for her hand in marriage? Marry Qinghan? Hearing this, the old lady's expression softened. When she looked at Zhou Donghuang again, she began to size him up. Young man, you want to marry my granddaughter? If your granddaughter is Luo Qinghan, then that is correct. Zhou Donghuang said. Mother-in-law. At this moment, Luo Wuchen looked at the old lady seriously and asked in a low voice, when Qinghan had her miraculous encounter, what happened when she went out? Although I know that she had a miraculous encounter, every time I asked her about it, she purposely kept her mouth shut. Just now, this young man told me that when Qinghan went out, he and Qinghan had consummated their marriage. Did Qinghan tell you about this? Luo Wuchen could not help but be suspicious now. This was because his daughter's reaction was too strange, as if it was not convenient for her to tell him about what happened that time. "You are Zhou Donghuang?" Under Luo Wuchen's unwavering gaze, the old lady looked at Zhou Donghuang and asked with a look of surprise. The old lady's words caused Luo Wuchen's heart to sink once more. This mother-in-law of his actually knew this young man's name? Could it be that his daughter, who had always been as pure as ice and clean as jade, had really slept with this young man? At this moment, when Luo Wuchen looked at Zhou Donghuang again, he could not help but feel that he was an eyesore. It was said that daughters were their father's lovers in their previous lives. At this moment, Luo Wuchen felt as if his daughter had been snatched away from him. Chapter 218. Yes. Zhou Donghuang nodded at the old woman's question. At the same time, he vaguely realized that the old woman had most likely heard of him from Luo Qinghan. He was not surprised that Luo Wuchen did not know of him. After all, from Luo Qinghan's point of view, it was not convenient for her to tell her father about what had happened between him and Luo Qinghan. After all, men and women were different. However, it was perfectly normal for him to tell his grandmother about it. The old woman was Luo Qinghan's grandmother, Liu, a powerful late Dharma adept. "You, aren't you on the Ziyun planet of the Kaiyuan galaxy, where there are no galaxy teleporters? Why are you on the Tianqian planet?" After receiving Zhou Donghuang's confirmation, Liu secretly gasped. "And you, have you entered the primal core stage? Or did someone bring you here?" Liu added. Before Zhou Donghuang could speak, Luo Wuchen said in a low voice, "Mother-in-law, this kid is a golden essence adept, and one that is infinitely close to the Dharma stage." Seeing his mother-in-law's reaction, Luo Wuchen was even more certain that what this kid called Zhou Donghuang had said was most likely true. Instantly, his face darkened, and he looked at Zhou Donghuang with an unfriendly gaze. This kid had actually slept with his daughter? Damn it. Furthermore, from what his mother-in-law had said, this kid had come from a galaxy that did not even have a galaxy teleporter? Under normal circumstances, a galaxy without a galaxy teleporter would not have produced a primordial soul adept. Even if there were primordial soul adepts who accidentally entered, they would not be interested in using a galaxy teleporter. If a primordial soul adept accidentally entered a galaxy without a galaxy teleporter, unless they felt that there was something good about the galaxy and that they might return in the future, they would definitely not spend the effort to set up a galaxy teleporter on a planet in that galaxy. Although setting up a galaxy teleporter did not require any precious materials, it still required a lot of time. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no primordial soul adept would be so bored. Since when can someone from a galaxy without a galaxy teleporter enter the ultimate primal core stage and become a golden essence adept at such a young age? Luo Wuchen did not doubt his mother-in-law's words, so he could not help but wonder. Golden essence adept? And one that is infinitely close to the Dharma stage? Liu was frightened. Didn't her granddaughter say that Zhou Donghuang was only 16 or 17 years old and was just a small qi gathering adept? He did not even seem to have attained petty consummation of the qi gathering. How many years has it been? He was already a golden core cultivator? Roar! Without any warning, a deafening bestial roar suddenly rang out in the hall. It was the projection of a giant beast that was bent over and crouching on the ground. It was a giant ape. The reason why the giant ape was crouching on the ground was because of its huge body. If it stood up, it would be able to lift the ceiling of the hall that was more than 10 meters high. Just now, Luo Wuchen's 30-foot Dharma power had almost touched the ceiling, let alone Liu's 10-foot giant ape Dharma power. However, even though the giant ape was bent over, its back was still close to the ceiling because its body was too big. Whoosh! The giant ape let out a roar as it appeared, and a strong aura pressed down on Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang's body also began to emit waves of golden, flame-like inner yuan. In fact, The golden inner yuan that rose from his body was so vast that it far exceeded that of an ordinary golden essence adept. However, even so, in the face of the 10-foot giant ape Dharma power, his body still felt a burst of inner yuan. The pressure on his body caused his body to tremble slightly. He really is a golden essence adept. Li Yu retracted her Dharma power and looked at Zhou Donghuang as if she had seen a ghost. It looks like that girl Qing Han was wrong about him. How is this a mediocre person? He is obviously a genius who is even more talented than she is now. Li Yu muttered. Although her voice was not loud, Luo Wuchen could still hear her clearly. Luo Wuchen could not help but remind her, "Mother-in-law, don't forget, Qing Han only gained such talent a few years ago. If she had had such talent from a young age, how could her achievements be lower than this kid's?" As Luo Wuchen spoke, he looked at Zhou Donghuang with disdain. He could not help but feel that this kid was too detestable. How dare he tarnish his daughter's innocence? A few years ago, when Qing Han met him, he was only a qi-gathering adept, not even reaching petty consummation of the qi-gathering. As soon as Li Yu said this, Luo Wuchen was once again stunned. He looked at Zhou Donghuang as if he had seen a ghost, unable to regain his composure. "Come, Donghuang, right? Come and take a look at Granny." Li Yu waved at Zhou Donghuang warmly, and Zhou Donghuang took a few steps forward, looking warily at the old woman in front of him. This was because the other party was just too warm. Compared to Luo Wuchen, it was a stark contrast. "Not bad, not bad. You are handsome and have a good aura, way ahead of the most outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the major sections. Not bad, not bad." It was said that the more a mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more interested she became. Now, when it came to Zhou Donghuang, it was like a mother-in-law looking at her grandson-in-law, and the more she looked at him, the more interested he became. "Are you here to propose marriage, to marry that girl Qing Han?" Li Yu asked with a smile. "Yes." Zhou Donghuang nodded. Very good at such a young age. You are already so responsible. There are not many young people like you." I am very satisfied, and I agree to this marriage." Li Yu nodded in satisfaction. Li Yu's warmth and decisiveness made Zhou Donghuang feel a little uncomfortable. However, it only lasted for a moment. After regaining his composure, Zhou Donghuang hurriedly bowed and thanked Li Yu. "Thank you, Granny. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. We are family." Li Yu smiled as she continued to look Zhou Donghuang up and down. As she did so, she nodded, as if she was very satisfied with Zhou Donghuang as her grandson-in-law. "Mother-in-law." Just then, Luo Wuchen finally regained his composure and smiled bitterly. "I am Qing Han's father. I have not even agreed to this kid's marriage proposal. Why have you already agreed?" Facing Luo Wuchen, Li Yu's expression was not as friendly as before. She snorted and said, "In any case, I have already decided that he is my grandson-in-law. Why? Do you have a problem with that?" Li Yu glared at Luo Wuchen. No. Luo Wuchen smiled bitterly as he shook his head. At the same time, he was even more puzzled. His mother-in-law was not someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, she would not have been able to become a late Dharma adept before the age of 500. Today, his mother-in-law was acting very strangely. There must be something behind this that he did not know. "Donghuang, you were born and raised on the planet of Xian?" When she looked at Zhou Donghuang again, Li Yu's old face continued to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Sort of," Zhou Donghuang said. "Sort of?" Li Yu was taken aback. "When I was very young, my father sent me to the planet of Xiun. I was raised by my foster mother. As long as I can remember, I have been on the planet of Xiun," Zhou Donghuang explained. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. His fists involuntarily clenched together, and the golden inner yuan that he had already kept within him was released once again. It moved rhythmically around his fists, as if there was a layer of golden fog surrounding them. He thought about what had happened to his biological father, Zhou Haotian, and his biological mother, Zhu Gejing, in his previous life. There's still close to 100 years left. Father, mother, in this life, I will definitely save you before anything happens to you. Zhou Donghuang's eyes were filled with determination. Indeed, Li Yu secretly took a deep breath, and her heart was filled with realization. She had originally suspected. The reason this young man before her was able to allow her granddaughter's natural talent in the martial Tao to undergo a complete transformation all those years ago was precisely because his bloodline was noble, and he possessed a natural talent in the martial Tao that far surpassed her granddaughter. That was why he was able to help her granddaughter undergo a complete transformation. Now, it seemed that it was indeed as she had suspected. There must be a reason why this child's father left him to be orphaned on such a remote planet. What I can be sure of is that between his father and his mother, at least one of them is not an ordinary person. Otherwise, it would not be possible for him to have such martial arts talent. Li Yu thought to herself, Dong Huang. No matter how Li Yu looked at her grandson-in-law now, she found him pleasing to the eye. Not only was his martial arts talent amazing, but he was also handsome and looked steady. It would be extremely difficult for her granddaughter to find a man who was more outstanding than him. Most importantly, her granddaughter's body had been taken by him. In this aspect, Li Yu was very traditional. Of course, regardless of this or other reasons, she had already decided that this grandson-in-law before her would be the best choice. She also believed that her granddaughter would definitely not be at a disadvantage if she were to follow this grandson-in-law. She had lived for close to 500 years, and she was confident that her ability to read people was not bad. Grandma! Hearing Li Yu call him, Zhou Donghuang regained his composure, and his tightly clenched fists relaxed. The inner yuan around him also retracted at the right time. Speaking of which, it is really unfortunate about 1.5 years ago that girl Qing Han followed the primordial soul adepts from the Hungya Galaxy and a group of martial arts geniuses from the Tianqin planet who were less than 30 years old to the Hungya Galaxy, preparing to enter the top sects of the Hungya Galaxy. Li Yu smiled bitterly and said, by now, she should have already entered one of the top sects of the Hungya Galaxy. Before she left, she said that once she familiarized herself with the environment there, she would find some time to return. Why don't you stay behind and wait for her? Li Yu asked. After hearing Li Yu's words, Zhou Donghuang also realized that Luo Qinghan was no longer with the Luo family. She had gone to the Hungya Galaxy and entered one of the top sects of the Hungya Galaxy. As for which sect she had entered, even Li Yu and Luo Wuchen did not know. They would only know when Luo Qinghan returned. Chapter 219. Hungya Galaxy. The Hungya Galaxy. Isn't that the galaxy where my enemy from the Honglong planet of the Tiama Galaxy is located? Isn't that the galaxy that the peak Dharma adept left for me? Zhou Donghuang remembered clearly. The enemy of that Dharma adept was the primordial soul adept of the fire sect of the Hungya Galaxy, Gong Sunling. Fire Flaming Sect. It was obvious that it was a sect named after a sect. Granny, I won't wait for her. If she comes back, tell her that I am also in the Hungya Galaxy. If everything goes as planned, we will meet in the Hungya Galaxy very soon. After Zhou Donghuang had spoken to Li Yu, he used his inner yuan to carry the stack of papers in his hands into Li Yu's hands. Granny, this is my betrothal gift. Zhou Donghuang hurriedly bade farewell to Li Yu and Luo Wuchen and turned to leave. He prepared to go to the galaxy teleport nearby and teleport to the Hungya Galaxy. Zhou Donghuang came and went like the wind. Li Yu and Luo Wuchen only regained their senses when he disappeared from their sight. What an impatient brat! Luo Wuchen cursed. I think I like his way of doing things. Li Yu smiled lightly. Mother-in-law, Luo Wuchen, smiled bitterly. How could you so easily entrust Qing Han to someone else? Furthermore, we have not even asked for her opinion on this. How do you know if she is willing or not? Easily. Li Yu shook her head, and her eyes flashed with wisdom. Do you think that I, Li Yu, am that kind of person? Haven't you always wanted to know what kind of fortuitous encounter that girl Qing Han had when she went out a few years ago that allowed her martial talent to be reborn? Li Yu looked at Luo Wuchen and asked. Yes. Luo Wuchen nodded. I have asked her a few times, but she always changed the topic and refused to tell me. It is normal that she did not want to tell you. Although you are her father, you are also a man. There are differences between men and women. Li Yu said, about Qing Han and Dong Huang. Dong Huang should have told you, right? Otherwise, you would not have asked me to confirm it. Yes. Luo Wuchen nodded. I did know that he Meng from the He family drugged Qing Han. But I didn't know that Qing Han suffered so much in the end. Back then, he knew that Luo Qing Han and his mother-in-law had gone to the He family together to kill the young mistress of the He family, He Meng. The transformation of Qing Han's talent was due to that one night with Dong Huang. As soon as Li Yu said this, Luo Wuchen was shocked into a daze. He only regained his composure after a while and looked at Li Yu in disbelief. Mother-in-law, you mean to say that Zhou Donghuang has a noble bloodline and extraordinary talent that far surpasses Qing Han's, which is why Qing Han's martial talent has undergone such a shocking transformation. In the boundless universe, the bloodline of humans was about the same in the beginning. However, when some humans achieved success in their cultivation, their bloodline would undergo a subtle transformation along with the increase in their cultivation. The offspring of these people would naturally have a bloodline of a higher grade than the average human. In the union of two humans, if one of them had a bloodline that was far superior to the other, and if the one with the higher bloodline was still a virgin or a child, then the other's talent in martial arts would undergo a complete transformation after the union of the two. Luo Wuchen knew this very well. Yes. Li Yu nodded. Could it be that Qing Han had some other fortuitous encounter? Luo Wuchen asked. Impossible. Li Yu shook her head. Qing Han has told me everything that happened on that trip, and I can conclude that the transformation of her martial talent has something to do with Dong Huang. However, when Qing Han said that Dong Huang was only a qi-gathering adept, I was puzzled, but now it seems that for some reason Dong Huang was still a qi-gathering adept at the age of 16 or 17. However, in these few years, Dong Huang's talent has clearly been fully displayed. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become a golden essence adept at such a young age. Furthermore, as a golden essence adept, his inner yuan is much richer than that of an average golden essence adept. It is so rich that it is unbelievable. I think that he is only half a step away from the Dharma stage. Li Yu's words caused Luo Wuchen to fall silent for a moment. I was still wondering how someone with such a noble bloodline could exist on a small planet in a galaxy that does not even have a galaxy teleporter. But Dong Huang has already answered my question. Li Yu's eyes shone as she spoke again. Dong Huang only grew up on the planet of Ziyun, and he is not a descendant of the people of Ziyun. He was entrusted to the planet by his biological father. For Qing Han to be able to marry him is Qing Han's good fortune. Furthermore, I can tell that although Dong Huang is a little quiet, he has a maturity and steadiness that does not match his age, and he is very responsible. Qing Han will not be at a disadvantage in this marriage. Li Yu is not stingy with her praise for Zhou Donghuang. Hearing this, Luo Wuchen could not help but feel a little jealous. His mother-in-law had never praised him like this before. However, jealousy was one thing, but he was still very concerned about his daughter's marriage. After listening to Li Yu's analysis, he finally relaxed. Thinking back, he realized that when he had tried to accept Zhou Donghuang as a son-in-law, Zhou Donghuang had not seemed so annoying. With just the level of a primal core adept, he was able to see through the flaws in my Dharma power. It seems that when his father entrusted him to the planet of Ziyun, he also left him many good things. Otherwise, he would not have been able to see through the flaws in my Dharma power with his level of practice. Luo Wuchen thought to himself, I don't know what will happen in the future, but from the looks of it, not only will Qing Han be at a disadvantage, but the Luo family will also be at a disadvantage. Luo Wuqin's gaze fell on the stack of papers in Liu's hands, and he scolded. That rascal! He could have just taken out some spirit stones as a betrothal gift, but he only gave her a few pieces of paper. How could he be so stingy? If he is so stingy, the Luo family will definitely not give him a dowry in the future. Luo Wuqin was exasperated. Betrothal gift? Hearing Luo Wuqin's reminder, Liu picked up the papers in her hands and looked at them seriously. Her expression gradually became serious. Seeing Liu's expression, Luo Wuqin's heart skipped a beat. What did that rascal write on these papers? After a while, he saw Liu's face light up with joy, and then with ecstasy. Her eyes and face were filled with excitement, and in the end, she could not help but laugh out loud. The old man's laughter reverberated in the hall, making Luo Wuqin even more curious about what was written on the papers. Good. With this technique, I, Liu, will definitely enter the primordial soul stage, Liu said excitedly with an excited look on her face. Technique? Luo Wuqin's eyes narrowed. Furthermore, it was a technique that made his mother-in-law confident that she would definitely enter the primordial soul stage, although his mother-in-law still had more than 100 years to break through to the primordial soul stage. It was almost impossible for her to do so. This was something that even his mother-in-law herself had said long ago, and she was even more mentally prepared for it. However, what he did not expect was this: his mother-in-law, after seeing the technique that his future son-in-law had left behind as a betrothal gift, had actually said that with this technique she would definitely enter the primordial soul stage. What kind of technique was this? Mother-in-law, what technique did that rascal leave behind? Luo Wuqin looked at Liu and could not help but ask curiously. The technique of everlasting youth. Liu stared at the papers in her hands, and she flipped through them page by page. This technique far surpasses the technique that I previously practiced and the Luo family's legacy technique. In fact, the difference between this technique and ours is like the difference between the clouds and the mud. This technique not only increases the speed of our practice, but it can also make our Dharma power even stronger. For Dharma adepts, the better the technique they practice, the stronger their Dharma power will be. If I successfully switch to this technique, even if I am still at the late Dharma stage, I am confident that I can battle the ultimate Dharma adepts of the top sects of the Tianqian planet. In addition, once I successfully switch to this technique, my lifespan will be extended by another 300 years. Even if I do not enter the primordial soul stage, I will still be able to live to 900 years old. The technique of everlasting youth was the technique that Zhou Donghuang had passed on to his mother, Linlan. Once one reached the primal core stage, one's lifespan would be increased by another 50%. Primal core adepts who practiced the technique of everlasting youth could live up to 450 years old. Once they entered the Dharma stage, they could live up to 900 years old, which was 50% longer than the 600 years that the average Dharma adept had. The same was true for the later stages of practice. One's lifespan would be 50% longer than others of the same stage. This technique can actually extend one's lifespan. This is no different from changing one's destiny. The more Liu spoke, the more excited she became. Donghuang left a note at the end saying that this technique, even in the entire universe, is a top-notch technique. He said that once we enter the primordial soul stage, he will pass on the rest of the technique to us. This technique can be practiced all the way to the deity's tribulation stage. Luo Wuqin was completely dumbfounded. Just now, he had been complaining about his future son-in-law's stinginess, only giving him a stack of paper as a betrothal gift and not giving him some spirit stones. Who knew that in the next moment he would be slapped in the face? When Luo Wuqin took the technique of everlasting youth from Liu's hands and confirmed the authenticity of the technique, he could not help but reveal a look of excitement on his face. He was so excited that he slapped his thighs repeatedly. Good, good, good. Good son-in-law. Good son-in-law. I, Luo Wuchen, will accept this son-in-law. If that last Qing Han dares to object, I will break her legs. This time, Liu did not refute Luo Wuchen's words. Instead, she agreed. That's right. If that last dares to object to this marriage, you break her left leg, and I will break her right leg. Chapter 220. Up ahead should be the Lightning Sword Sect. Outside a galactic teleportation formation, a young man in clothes whiter than snow stood in the air. He looked at the buildings that were situated among the sword peaks in the distance and mumbled to himself. The galaxy teleporter behind the young man had the coordinates: Honglio Galaxy, Tylao Planet, the Lightning Sword Sect. The young man dressed in white was Zhou Donghuang, who had just left the Tianxian planet of the Luohe Galaxy. At this time, third senior sister was still the daughter of the Autumn Valley, head of the Lightning Sword Sect. Zhou Donghuang had come here because there was someone he knew here. More accurately, someone he knew from his previous life. His third senior sister. In his previous life, there were not many people he cared about, and third senior sister was one of them. Although third senior sister did not die because of him, she had been very kind to him and had saved his life many times. Because of this, Zhou Donghuang had been very hurt by her death in his previous life. He had even hated himself for not being able to save third senior sister and could only watch her die in front of him. Although he later avenged his third senior sister, she was unable to come back to life. Now that he had been reborn 1,000 years ago, he could change history and not let third senior sister, who had treated him like a mother and sister, die again. In my previous life, the Lightning Sword Sect was brutally destroyed, and third senior sister was lucky enough to escape. After leaving the Honglio Galaxy, she joined the sect that I joined after her, and we were both under the same master. In fact, I was only able to become master's disciple because third senior sister helped me. Otherwise, master would not have cared about me at that time. Zhou Donghuang's third senior sister was called He Mingxi, and she was 10 years older than him. In his previous life, when he had met her, she had already been an ultimate primordial soul adept, and her abilities were astonishing. An ultimate primordial soul adept who was not even 200 years old was considered quite talented even among the thousands of races in the universe. One had to know that many people could advance quickly in their early stages, but might not be able to advance further in the future. In his previous life, Zhou Donghuang had met someone who had entered the Dharma stage before the age of 30, and before the age of 50, he had entered the primordial soul stage. However, that person was still stuck at the primordial soul stage until he was 1,000 years old, and he finally died. One had to know that he had already entered the primordial soul stage before he was 300 years old. In the next 600 years, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to enter the deity transformation stage. As a result, he died at the end of his life. A primordial soul adept's lifespan was usually 1,000 years. Of course, if a nascent divinity adept cultivated a technique like the technique of everlasting youth, his lifespan could be extended to 1,500 years. Who are you, and why have you come to the Lightning Sect? Just as Zhou Donghuang neared the periphery of the cluster of buildings within the many sword peaks, he was stopped by someone. The ones who stopped him were 2 young men in their 30s. They were surrounded by golden true essence. They were both golden core cultivators. One of them, a skinny young man, carried a sheathed longsword on his back. On the other hand, there was a huge sheathless sword on the back of a sturdy young man. The heavy sword had no edge, and it looked very skillful. These 2 were the Lightning Sword Sect's patrolling disciples. They noticed Zhou Donghuang's sword sect and stepped forward to stop him. "I'm looking for He Mingxi from the Autumn Valley of the Lightning Sword Sect," Zhou Donghuang said. "You're looking for Sister He?" Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, the eyes of the 2 patrolling disciples of the Lightning Sword Sect narrowed slightly. At the same time, their cold expressions became friendly in an instant. "Little brother, who are you? Why are you looking for Sister He?" The skinny disciple forced a smile and asked politely. He did not seem arrogant just because Zhou Donghuang was only a silver essence adept. At this moment, Zhou Donghuang was surrounded by silver inner yuan. This was the mark of a silver essence adept. "She's my sister." Zhou Donghuang smiled. "Sister." Zhou Donghuang's words caused the two patrolling disciples to look shocked. Could it be that the person in front of them was a disciple that the Autumn Valley head had taken in outside? He looked to be in his early 20s at most, but he was already a silver core cultivator. That was possible. "Little brother, I'll take you to the Autumn Valley." The skinny patrolling disciple of the Lightning Sword sect greeted the other person and led Zhou Donghuang into the Lightning Sword sect. Along the way, Zhou Donghuang studied the sword peaks around him that looked like sharp swords rising into the sky. These sword peaks were obviously sculpted, and each sword formation looked like a sword. Even a divine transformation adept would have to spend a lot of effort to sculpt hundreds of sword peaks like this. "Little brother, are you a disciple that the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect took in? Why are you only here now?" The skinny disciple asked curiously. "I have some matters to settle." Zhou Donghuang gave a perfunctory reply. He could not possibly say that he did not know the Autumn Valley head and had never even seen him before, could he? In his past life, when he had known third senior sister, her father, who was the Autumn Valley head, had already perished along with the Lightning Sword sect. Now, the most important thing was to see his third sister. As long as he saw her, everything would be easy. "How should I address you, little brother?" "Zhou Donghuang." "So it's little brother Zhou." "Little brother Zhou, I'm Lu Ping, a disciple of the Wood Division of the Lightning Sword sect." On the way to the Autumn Valley of the Lightning Sword sect, Lu Ping was very friendly to Zhou Donghuang, to the point that Zhou Donghuang could not stand it. How friendly was he? Lu Ping's friendliness even made Zhou Donghuang suspicious. Did this Lu Ping know that he had been a celestial in his previous life? Otherwise, why would they be so enthusiastic to the point of fawning over him? What Zhou Donghuang did not know was, in the Lightning Sword sect, the disciples were divided into outer and inner disciples. Only the inner disciples could enter the 4 valleys, including the Autumn Valley, and become disciples of the 4 valleys. The 4 valleys were the Spring Valley, the Summer Valley, the Autumn Valley, and the Winter Valley. In the Lightning Sword sect, there was only one way for an outer disciple to become an inner disciple and enter the 4 valleys. That was to enter the Dharma stage before the age of 30 and become a Dharma adept. Other than that, the other way was to catch the eye of the valley head and be personally accepted as a disciple. Because of this, there were still a few young disciples in the spring, summer, autumn, and winter valleys who had not entered the Dharma stage. These young disciples who entered the 4 valleys, even if they had not entered the Dharma stage, were still inner disciples of the Lightning Sword sect. Lu Ping, who was now leading the way for Zhou Donghuang, was only an outer disciple of the Lightning Sword sect. He was in his 30s and had not yet entered the Dharma stage. Inner disciples were all talented people. In the future, they would at least be able to become an elder in the Lightning Sword sect. Outer disciples, on the other hand, would at most be a small steward in the outer sect for their entire lives. In Lu Ping's eyes, since the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect had made an exception to accept Zhou Donghuang as a disciple, he was definitely talented and had a bright future ahead of him. Now he could still say a few words to Zhou Donghuang and get to know him. In the future, he might not even be able to talk to him. There were only benefits to familiarizing oneself with them as early as possible. There were no disadvantages. "Brother Zhou, we've arrived at the Autumn Valley." With Lu Ping leading the way, Zhou Donghuang arrived at a vast valley. Maple leaves fluttered in the air, and it was the scene of autumn. Red maple leaves covered the ground, and many flowers and plants had withered. Some fruit trees had ripened. "This is the Autumn Valley?" Zhou Donghuang's heart skipped a beat. "Outer disciple? Why have you come to the Autumn Valley?" a figure suddenly flew out from one side of the Autumn Valley. It was a young man dressed in a long green robe. Although he was flying in the air, there was no inner yuan around him. It was obvious that he was an adept at or above the Dharma stage. Only adepts at or above the Dharma stage could restrain their inner yuan. Outer disciple Lu Ping greets Brother Huang. Lu Ping bowed respectfully to the newcomer and introduced Zhou Donghuang. Brother Huang, this Brother Zhou, is a disciple that valley head he took in. He has just arrived at the Lightning Sword Sect today. Without waiting for the green-robed young man to speak, Lu Ping smiled and said to Zhou Donghuang, Brother Zhou, since I've brought you to the Autumn Valley, I'll take my leave now. After Lu Ping left, the green-robed young man looked Zhou Donghuang up and down. You're a disciple that the valley head took in outside. Zhou Donghuang did not answer the green-robed young man directly. Instead, he smiled at him and said, Please bring me to see Sister Himingshi. Come with me. When the green-robed young man heard that Zhou Donghuang wanted to see the Autumn Valley head's daughter, Himingshi, he did not ask any more questions and led the way. Sister Himingshi, someone is looking for you. The young man brought Zhou Donghuang to the other side of the valley, halfway up the mountain. There was a spacious courtyard on a wide stone platform. As the young man spoke, a beautiful figure quickly floated out of the courtyard. It was a young lady dressed in a sky-blue dress. The lady looked to be in her 20s, and it was impossible to tell that she was over 30. Her eyebrows were like a painting, and her eyes were like the stars. Her cheeks were delicate and pretty, and her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. She was more than 7 meters tall, and her figure was slender. As she stood there, her long legs were especially eye-catching. As the lady walked out, Zhou Donghuang's eyes locked onto her. His body trembled slightly, and he could no longer maintain his composure. More than 800 years. He had not seen his third sister in more than 800 years. She looked exactly like the third sister in his memory, except that she looked younger, and her aura was not as mature as the third sister in his memory. Who are you? What business do you have with me? Himingshi asked as she looked at the young man in white standing beside the green-robed young man. Sister Himingshi, you don't know him? The green-robed young man's expression changed. Chapter 221. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be a disciple of the Autumn Valley? The green-robed young man glared at Zhou Donghuang. He had never imagined that someone would pretend to be a disciple of the Autumn Valley. Was he not afraid of death? Just now, because he did not think that anyone would dare to pretend to be a disciple of the Autumn Valley, he had brought the white-robed young man to Himingshi. He did not think that Himingshi might not know that the Autumn Valley head had accepted such a disciple, because that was almost impossible. Himingshi was the only daughter of the Autumn Valley head. Pretending to be a disciple of the Autumn Valley? Hearing the green-robed young man's words, Himingshi frowned slightly. Then, she looked seriously at the white-robed young man in front of her. The way the white-robed young man looked at her gave her a strange feeling, as if he knew her. Just as the green-robed young man took a step forward and his Dharma power appeared, about to attack Zhou Donghuang, Himingshi stopped him. Senior brother, Huang Long, wait. The young man in the green robe was named Huang Long. Although he was not as powerful as Himingshi, he was older than Himingshi and had entered the Autumn Valley before Himingshi had even reached the Dharma stage. As such, Himingshi had to address him as senior. Since Himingshi had spoken, Huang Long naturally could not disobey. As he withdrew his Dharma power, he glared at Zhou Donghuang. You know me? Himingshi looked at Zhou Donghuang and asked curiously, Third senior sister. At this time, Zhou Donghuang finally regained his composure and tried to suppress his emotions. He took a deep breath and smiled as he greeted Himingshi. Third senior sister? Zhou Donghuang's greeting of Himingshi surprised her. Did you get the wrong person? Third senior sister, I would like to speak to you in private, Zhou Donghuang said. Rascal, you are pretending to be a disciple of the Autumn Valley. You should be punished. How dare you make such a request of Junior, Sister Mingxi? Huang Long said angrily. He Mingxi and Zhou Donghuang looked at each other. After a moment, she looked at Huang Long, senior brother Huang Long. Go do what you need to do. I would like to hear what he has to say. If he can't explain himself, I'll punish him severely and kick him out of the Autumn Valley and out of the Lightning Sword sect. Huang Long nodded. Before he left, he glared angrily at Zhou Donghuang. Brett, don't play any tricks. What he said was just a casual remark. He Mingxi's strength was above his, so he naturally didn't think that a mere silver core cultivator could pose a threat to her. After Huang Long left, he Mingxi looked at Zhou Donghuang, whose gaze had never left her. Now it's just the two of us. What do you want to say? Third sister. Zhou Donghuang looked at he Mingxi and said slowly, when you were 6 years old, you secretly placed a rat in your father's boots later, because you were afraid that your father would be angry and punish you. You secretly took the rat away. How did you know? He Mingxi's expression changed. She was the only one who knew about this. Even her father didn't know about it. However, the white-clothed young man in front of her had casually said it, causing her hair to stand on end. Who was this person? How did he know this secret of hers? Zhou Donghuang didn't respond to he Mingxi and continued. When you were 13, you entered the Khanate stage on the first day of the year. In order to get your father to praise you, you said that you broke through on the last day of the year you were 12. He Mingxi's eyes narrowed. This matter was also a secret that only she knew. When you were 19, when you were 21, what Zhou Donghuang was saying now was what his third sister, he Mingxi, had told him when they were chatting in his previous life. Before he Mingxi had told him about this, only she knew about it. You, who are you? He Mingxi's face was pale as she looked at the white-clothed young man in front of her. She felt that she had no secrets in front of this person. Third sister. Zhou Donghuang smiled and said, Don't be afraid. These are all the secrets I know about you. Speaking of which, you might not believe me. I only knew about these things in a dream. In the first half of the past year, I had a very long dream. In the dream, you were my third sister, and you told me about your background. You are He Mingxi, a disciple of the Autumn Valley of the Lightning Sword sect on the Tai-Lao planet of the Honglio galaxy. The things that I said just now were all told to me in the dream. I am not from the Tai-Lao planet, not even from the Honglio galaxy. I am from the Xian planet of the Kaiyuan galaxy. The Donghuang sect, the leader of the top 5 sects of the Xian planet, is my sect, and I am the current leader of the Donghuang sect. I left the Xian planet half a year ago. Third sister, you can investigate all of this. I have no ill intentions in coming here. I just want to verify that dream. I never thought that the dream would be real. Zhou Donghuang sighed. As he said this, he saw the suspicion in he Mingxi's eyes, so he revealed his background without fear. Furthermore, if what I said is true, third sister, you are the only one who knows about this. How did I know about it? Don't tell me that I have such extraordinary methods. Furthermore, I am 10 years younger than you, third sister. When you were 6, I was not even born yet. Zhou Donghuang continued. The reason why Zhou Donghuang had come up with such a big lie was because he really did not know how to explain it to his third sister. Other than this, he could not think of a better way to make third sister accept him as her junior without revealing that he had come from 1,000 years in the future. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, he Mingxi's furrowed brows relaxed. She felt that Zhou Donghuang's words made sense. You came to the Lightning Sword sect, to the Autumn Valley, just to see me and verify your dream. He Mingxi asked. Not just that. Zhou Donghuang's expression was solemn as he said, In my dream, I dreamt of something else. In the near future, the Lightning Sword sect would face a calamity. In that calamity, your father, the Autumn Valley head, died. As for you, you left the Tai-Lao planet and the Honglio galaxy. I also met you later on. At that time, you were already an ultimate primordial soul adept. You and I were in the same sect, under the same master. Our master's disciples, eldest senior brother and second senior sister, died before you entered the sect. Among our master's disciples, you were ranked third, and I was the last to enter the sect, ranked fourth. Because of this, I address you as third sister. At this point, Zhou Donghuang did not continue. He Mingxi's expression had already changed. In her heart, she naturally felt that Zhou Donghuang's words were a little far-fetched. However, the secrets that Zhou Donghuang had spoken of were only known to her. Apart from her, no one else could have known. She was 100% sure of this. Combining all these factors, although she felt that it was ridiculous, she still believed the words of the young man in white before her. Why would the lightning sword sect face a calamity? When would it happen? He Mingxi asked. Hearing He Mingxi ask this, Zhou Donghuang knew that she already believed his words. The lightning sword sect's calamity was caused by the Spring Valley head. As for the specific reason, you did not tell me. As for when it would happen, you did not tell me clearly. Seeing that He Mingxi's expression had changed and her brows had furrowed, Zhou Donghuang said, At that time you only told me that when the lightning sword sect was destroyed, third sister, you had just broken through and entered the late Dharma stage. If your level of practice had not increased due to my appearance, and you had trained normally when you entered the late Dharma stage, you would have brought your father away from the Autumn Valley, and you would have been able to escape. Zhou Donghuang continued. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, He Mingxi heaved a sigh of relief. Third sister, the Xian planet that I am from is no longer suitable for me to continue training there. I would like to stay in the Autumn Valley to train. Can you speak to your father? Zhou Donghuang said to He Mingxi. Hearing this, He Mingxi looked deeply at Zhou Donghuang. Before the age of 30, if you do not enter the Dharma stage, you cannot enter the Autumn Valley. How old are you this year, and what is your level of practice? He Mingxi asked. 24 years old, Golden Essence stage. Zhou Donghuang said, 24 years old, Golden Essence stage? He Mingxi was shocked. Even she had only entered the Golden Essence stage when she was 25 years old. The person before her had actually entered the Golden Essence stage earlier than her. Furthermore, from what he had said, the planet that he had been on was obviously not as good as the Tai Lao planet, where the Lightning Sword sect was located. Within the Autumn Valley, there was a spell that could detect one's age through one's bones. After He Mingxi brought Zhou Donghuang there to confirm his age, and after seeing the golden inner yuan that surrounded Zhou Donghuang's body, she finally believed his words. The martial arts talent that you have displayed so far is sufficient. I can ask my father to accept you into the Autumn Valley, He Mingxi said to Zhou Donghuang. However, if you are not able to enter the Dharma stage before the age of 30, and you wish to remain in the Lightning Sword sect, you will have to leave the Autumn Valley and join the 5 outer halls. The 5 outer halls of the Lightning Sword sect were the Gold Hall, the Wood Hall, the Water Hall, the Fire Hall, and the Earth Hall. Previously, the patrolling disciple who had sent Zhou Donghuang to the Autumn Valley, Lu Ping, had claimed to be a disciple of the Wood Hall of the Lightning Sword sect. All right. Zhou Donghuang nodded, but at the same time he reminded He Mingxi, third senior sister, the things that I have told you. It is best that you do not tell your father. It is fine if he does not believe me, but if he does, it will only add to his troubles. I know what I am doing, He Mingxi said. Just now, you said that you are from the Xian planet of the Kaiyuan galaxy? Furthermore, you are the current leader of the Donghuang sect, one of the top 5 sects on the Xian planet? Yes. Zhou Donghuang nodded and his eyes flashed. On the Xian planet, if I claim to be the second strongest in martial arts, no one would dare to claim to be the first. In the current generation of the Xian planet, I, Zhou Donghuang, am invincible. Chapter 222. But, third senior sister, if you want to go to the Kaiyuan galaxy or the Xian planet, there is no way to use the galaxy teleporter. There is no galaxy teleporter in the Kaiyuan galaxy, Zhou Donghuang said to He Mingxi. Zhou Donghuang said to He Mingxi, however, I have the specific coordinates of the galaxy teleporter closest to Zun, which is adjacent to the Kaiyuan galaxy. I can give it to you. In addition, I can create a three-dimensional star chart to show you how to get to the Zun planet from the galaxy teleporter. Zhou Donghuang's words were very magnanimous. In his previous life, he had understood his third senior sister very well. She was a cautious person, and she would definitely go to the Zun planet to find out more about him. Only then would she be at ease. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang took out a pen and paper and drew a three-dimensional star chart on the paper. He marked out the coordinates of the galaxy teleporter in the Autumn Mountain Galaxy, the Heyu planet, and the route to the Zun planet in the Kaiyuan galaxy. He then handed it to He Mingxi. He Mingxi did not stop him throughout the process because sooner or later she would have to draw this star chart for him. Under He Mingxi's shocked gaze, Zhou Donghuang spoke first. In my dream, third senior sister, you were a cautious person, so I concluded that you would definitely go to the Zun planet. In the coming days, I will be busy breaking through to my current level of practice, and I plan to stay in the Autumn Valley to train, so I'm afraid I won't be able to go with you, third senior sister. Zhou Donghuang said. As she took the star chart, He Mingxi looked at Zhou Donghuang with a complicated expression. She felt that she had no secrets in front of him. You said earlier that your dream lasted for half a year, and it has now ended. When did it end? He Mingxi asked. Zhou Donghuang took a deep breath. Third senior sister, I only woke up when you died in the dream. Died. He Mingxi's expression changed. Everyone was afraid of death, and she was only 34 years old. Even with her current level of practice, she could normally live to 600 years old. How did you die? He Mingxi asked in a low voice. I was killed. Zhou Donghuang sighed and said, But don't worry, third senior sister, since I have come to the Autumn Valley to find you, I will definitely change your fate in my dream. Furthermore, as long as you and your father are able to avoid the lightning sword sect's destruction, my dream will also change. In reality, my appearance in front of you has already changed the trajectory of our lives in my dream. In the dream, I only met you 100 years later. Zhou Donghuang said. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, He Mingxi heaved a sigh of relief. If that was the case, then her and her father's fate in Zhou Donghuang's dream could be changed. I'll take you to see my father so that he can accept you as a disciple of the Autumn Valley. He Mingxi brought Zhou Donghuang to find her father, the current valley head of the Autumn Valley, He Jin. He Jin was a middle-aged man of average build and average looks. He had a goatee and a mustache above his upper lip. At first glance, he looked nothing like He Mingxi. It was hard to imagine how someone as average as He Jin, who had lost face and could not be found in a group, could have such a beautiful daughter. Zhou Donghuang looked at He Jin carefully and found that He Jin and He Mingxi looked alike. The contours of their ears were almost exactly the same. Father, his name is Zhou Donghuang. He is a martial arts genius that I met outside. He is 24 years old and became a golden essence adept a year ago, 1 year before I did. He Mingxi stood in front of He Jin. She no longer had the mature look from before. Instead, she was like a lively little girl. She held He Jin's arm and smiled as she introduced Zhou Donghuang to him. Greetings, Valley Head. Zhou Donghuang nodded at He Jin and cupped his hands in greeting. Of course, he only bowed to the man in front of him because He Mingxi was his third senior sister. If not for He Mingxi, even if the lightning sword sect leader appeared in front of Zhou Donghuang would not have bowed to him, much less He Jin, who was only the Autumn Valley head of the lightning sword sect. This was also the pride of his past life as an ultimate celestial adept. I believe in that girl Mingxi's judgment. He Jin was obviously a friendly and approachable person. He smiled at Zhou Donghuang. Young man, since Mingxi has brought you here. I assume that you have the intention of entering the Lightning Sword sect and the Autumn Valley? Yes. Zhou Donghuang nodded. I can let you enter the Autumn Valley, but I have to warn you first. He Jin had not finished speaking when He Mengshi interrupted him. Father, I have already told him that if he does not reach the Dharma stage by the age of 30, he will be expelled from the Autumn Valley and sent to the 5 outer halls. He will be demoted from an inner disciple to an outer disciple. Obviously, He Mingxi knew what her father was going to say next. Since you have already told him, I will not repeat myself. He Jin looked at He Mingxi dotingly. Mingxi, I have already agreed. You can take him to complete the formalities for entering the sect. Yes, father. He Mingxi replied and looked at He Jin longingly. Under He Jin's shocked gaze, she finally left with Zhou Donghuang. This girl, I have never seen her so clingy before. He Jin could not help but shake his head and smile at He Mingxi's reluctant gaze. The doting look in his eyes deepened. The formalities for entering the sect were not done in the Autumn Valley. Instead, they had to be done at the Earth Hall, one of the 5 outer halls of the Lightning Sword sect. However, with He Mingxi, the only daughter of the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, taking Zhou Donghuang along, everything went smoothly. In less than an hour, everything was done. Zhou Donghuang received a total of 3 items. Every month, inner sect disciples could receive a spirit stone, 1 superior quality spirit stone. The Lightning Sword sect inner sect disciple identity token was a silver, sword-shaped token with the words lightning carved on the front and Zhou Donghuang's name on the back. There was also a red maple leaf metal piece that could be pinned to the chest with Zhou Donghuang's name on the back. This was also the symbol of an Autumn Valley disciple. The inner sect disciples are divided into 4 valleys. The Autumn Valley is only one of them. There are also the Spring Valley, the Summer Valley, and the Winter Valley. The Autumn Valley, including you, has a total of 56 disciples. Inner sect disciples who can attain the primordial soul stage before the age of 100 can become core disciples. They can leave the 4 valleys and head to the Lightning Peak to train. The Lightning Peak is where the core disciples of the Lightning Sword sect and the strongest of the sect gather. Every once in a while, the strongest of the sect will give a lecture. My father is the Autumn Valley head and one of the pillars of the Lightning Sword sect. Every year he goes to the Lightning Peak to give a few lectures. Core disciples can receive 10 superior quality spirit stones every month. As He Mingxi finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang thought of the small, inferior quality spirit stone mines owned by the 5 main sects of the Xian planet and could not help but sigh to himself. In comparison, the Lightning Sword sect seemed rich and powerful. Moreover, in his previous life, he had heard from 3rd Senior Sister that the Lightning Sword sect was one of the top sects in the Honglio galaxy. Initially, when he had found out that the enemy of the Dharma adept who had left behind the Soul Shaper was in the Honglio galaxy, he had thought it was a coincidence because he had originally planned to go to the Lightning Sword sect to train. Later, when he had gone to the Tianqin planet of the Luo galaxy, he had found out from the Luo family that his fiancée, Luo Qinghan, was also in the Honglio galaxy. In my previous life, 3rd Senior Sister told me that the Lightning Sword sect has a divine transformation adept. Usually, a sect with a divine transformation adept would have at least 1 small-scale superior quality spirit stone mine and several large-scale medium-quality spirit stone mines. Zhou Donghuang's heart skipped a beat. Let's go back to the Autumn Valley. I'll introduce you to a group of brothers and sisters in the Autumn Valley. After He Mingxi brought Zhou Donghuang back to the Autumn Valley, she formally introduced Zhou Donghuang to a group of Autumn Valley disciples in the sky above the Autumn Valley. This also let all the disciples who were not training in seclusion know that a new disciple had joined the Autumn Valley. Little junior brother, introduce yourself. He Mingxi said to Zhou Donghuang after introducing him. He Mingxi had originally called Zhou Donghuang junior brother Zhou, but Zhou Donghuang had insisted that she call him little junior brother. Seeing that Zhou Donghuang was serious, He Mingxi could only go along with him. After all, she still had to rely on Zhou Donghuang to change her and her father's fate. There was even one thing that she had not told Zhou Donghuang yet. She wanted to change the fate of the entire Lightning Sword sect and save it from destruction. Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang stood up and looked around at the people who had risen into the air and greeted them. Ha! Hello, Junior Brother Zhou. Junior Brother Zhou, you're so handsome. I want to pursue you, is that okay? Junior Brother Zhou is only a golden essence adept, and yet he has joined the Autumn Valley. It seems like the Valley Head is very confident in Junior Brother Zhou's martial arts talent. Junior Brother Zhou, you haven't picked a place to train yet, have you? There's an empty yard near where I train. Why don't you stay there? I'll go over and give you some pointers when I have time in the future. Appearance was not only useful on Earth, but it was also useful in the boundless universe. Now, among the group of Autumn Valley disciples, the ones who were most enthusiastic about Zhou Donghuang joining the sect were some of the female disciples, who were constantly throwing flirtatious glances at him. Many of the male disciples looked at Zhou Donghuang with jealousy. This kid, is he really a disciple that the Valley Head took an outside, but Junior Sister Mingxi doesn't know about it? Huanglong, the Autumn Valley disciple who had brought Zhou Donghuang to look for He Mingxi 2 hours ago, stood in the air and speculated to himself. But it's only been 2 hours. How did he go from a silver essence adept to a golden essence adept? Could it be that he broke through in just 2 hours? Now, Zhou Donghuang stood in the air in front of He Mingxi, his body surrounded by golden inner yuan. Chapter 223. Before leaving the Ziyun planet, Zhou Donghuang already had a plan in mind. He would leave the Ziyun planet and head to the Tailao planet of the Hungliu galaxy. He would go to the Lightning Sword sect to look for third senior sister, He Mingxi, and help her change the fate of the Lightning Sword sect so that she would not have to wander around. However, He Mingxi might not follow the path of her previous life and become the disciple of her master. As long as it was He Mingxi's choice, he would respect it. The Lightning Sword sect, the Tailao planet, and even the Hungliu galaxy are enough to provide me with the best training environment before I reach the primordial soul stage. Before I reach the primordial soul stage, I will stay in the Hungliu galaxy to train. This was Zhou Donghuang's plan. De Zhuang. Just as many of the female disciples of the Autumn Valley were throwing flirtatious glances at Zhou Donghuang, and many of the male disciples were looking at him with jealousy, He Mingxi spoke up. Her gaze fell on the sturdy figure standing far away in the sky behind the crowd. There's an empty courtyard next to the courtyard you live in. Bring Junior Brother there and help him tidy up that courtyard. You entered the sect before little Junior Brother, so take good care of him. When He Mingxi spoke now, her tone was obviously gentler, and it felt like a spring breeze. Yes, senior sister. As he replied, Zhou Donghuang's gaze also fell on him. The muscular figure was also approaching them through the air. This was a young man who was ridiculously tall. He was about 3 meters tall, but in terms of size, it was comparable to the Dharma power of an early Dharma adept. 10 feet was equivalent to 3 meters. In the blink of an eye, the young man, who was like a giant, came to stand in front of Zhou Donghuang. He stood there like an iron tower, majestic and unmoving. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. His smile was simple and honest, even a little silly. Little Junior Brother, how are you? I am De Zhuang, pleased to meet you. De Zhuang's body was so large that even Zhou Donghuang, who was more than 8 meters tall, seemed very small in front of him like a child. Little Junior Brother, although De Zhuang is already 29 years old and is a golden essence adept, he has never been as smart as a normal person since he was young. Don't bully him. At this moment, He Mingxi appeared beside Zhou Donghuang in a flash and spoke in a voice that only Zhou Donghuang could hear. The seriousness in her tone made Zhou Donghuang realize that De Zhuang had a special place in his third senior sister's heart. Otherwise, How could his third senior sister be so motherly? Dazhuang. After reminding Zhou Donghuang softly, He Mingxi looked at the giant. Dazhuang, I will be going on a long journey in the next few days. Take good care of little brother. Don't worry, senior sister. With me here, whoever dares to bully junior brother, I will definitely teach them a lesson. Dazhuang laughed like a fool. At the same time, the way Zhou Donghuang looked at Dazhuang also became gentler, and his heart skipped a beat. He must be the one that third senior sister told me about in my previous life. He was the Autumn Valley disciple who risked his life to send third senior sister to the galaxy teleporter when the Lightning Sword sect was destroyed. He sacrificed himself to buy time for third senior sister to be teleported. I remember third senior sister saying that his name was Dazhuang. The hazy memories of his previous life gradually became clear at this moment. In his previous life, whenever He Mingxi mentioned the Autumn Valley disciple who had risked his life to save her, her eyes would shine with motherly light, and she could not help but sigh. It was also because of this that Zhou Donghuang's attitude towards Dazhuang changed subtly. Little brother, you should go with Dazhuang, He Mingxi said to Zhou Donghuang. As she finished speaking, she looked at the rest of the Autumn Valley disciples. As for the rest of you, go back to whatever you were doing. In the Autumn Valley, in terms of seniority, He Mingxi could only be considered a junior. However, as the only daughter of the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, she was destined to have the aura of a natural leader. Following her command, the group of Autumn Valley disciples dispersed. Of course, there were still a few female Autumn Valley disciples who winked at Zhou Donghuang before reluctantly leaving. Although there were many male disciples in the Autumn Valley, none of them caught their eye. Just based on his looks, this new junior brother was able to make their hearts race. Their hormones, which had been dormant for many years, seemed to explode at this moment. Little brother, follow me. Dazhuang gave Zhou Donghuang a simple smile and led the way. Zhou Donghuang followed closely behind. The courtyard that Dazhuang lived in was on the same side as He Mingxi's and the Autumn Valley heads He Jin's. They were all halfway up the mountain to the east of the Autumn Valley. Of course, there was still some distance between them. Halfway up the mountain, the sound of water could be heard. The water from a small waterfall splashed onto the stone platform, creating countless splashes. Behind the stone platform, halfway up the mountain, there were 2 courtyards. Each courtyard had a spacious room, and in front of the door was a front yard planted with many flowers and plants. There was a stone table and a few stone stools in front of the table. However, compared to the clean and tidy appearance of one of the courtyards, the other was covered in a layer of dust and covered in cobwebs. Little brother, I'll help you clean up. As soon as he finished speaking, Dazhuang tore off his sleeves and rushed into the courtyard covered in cobwebs. Zhou Donghuang had been wondering what this guy was doing with his sleeves, but he later realized that he was using his sleeves as a rag to wipe the table and the door. He's a golden essence adept after all. Is there a need to do this? Zhou Donghuang was speechless. At the same time, he realized that this blockhead's brain was not flexible. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Zhou Donghuang's golden inner yuan surged out, he walked into the courtyard that Dazhuang was still cleaning. His inner yuan swept out in all directions, forming a small tornado. In the blink of an eye, all the dust and cobwebs in the courtyard were carried by his inner yuan and swirled around Zhou Donghuang. At this moment, the entire courtyard looked brand new. Whoosh! Under Dazhuang's shocked gaze, Zhou Donghuang left the stone platform in a flash and flew into the air. As he withdrew his inner yuan, the dust fell from the sky. His white robe was still as shiny as new, without a speck of dust. Little junior brother, you're so smart. Why didn't I think of using my inner yuan to clean the courtyard? Dazhuang followed him out and reached out to pat his head. No wonder senior sister always says I'm stupid. I really am. Little junior brother, how can I be as smart as you? Dazhuang stared at Zhou Donghuang. Sometimes being smart is not a good thing. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. As the saying went, there are gains and losses. The smarter a person was, the more trouble they had. For people like De Zhuang, who had what people on Earth called gigantism and was not very bright, at least they did not have too many troubles. De Zhuang did not understand. Why is being smart not a good thing? Senior sister said that if I were smarter, my combat ability would not be so bad. Although I'm a golden essence adept in the lightning sword sect, any golden essence adept, even an outer disciple, is no match for me. As De Zhuang spoke, he reached out and scratched his head, his face full of distress. I'm too stupid. Senior sister said that my reaction is too slow, always half a beat too slow. Slow reaction? Zhou Donghuang smiled lightly. In his previous life, he had met many giants like De Zhuang. Their situations were the same as De Zhuang's, but without exception they were all strong. Just because they were not very smart did not mean that they did not have brains. Slow reaction did not mean that they were not talented. As long as they found the right path, they could even have an advantage over ordinary people. Come, attack me, Zhou Donghuang suddenly said to De Zhuang. Huh. De Zhuang was stunned, unable to react. I want you to attack me with all your strength, Zhou Donghuang repeated. Attack you with all my strength? De Zhuang finally reacted and immediately waved his hands. Little junior brother, no. Although I can't hit other golden essence adepts, I can hit you. If I hit you, I'm very strong. The power of my punch is much stronger than that of ordinary golden essence adepts. Even they would not dare to fight me head-on. De Zhuang did not attack, as if he was afraid of hurting Zhou Donghuang. You're strong. Zhou Donghuang was stunned at first, but then he smiled lightly. That's good. I'm strong too. Since you're not attacking, I'll do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Donghuang moved. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang, surrounded by golden inner yuan, flew through the air. In the blink of an eye, he was near De Zhuang, and his fist, which was imbued with the inner yuan of a golden essence, flew towards De Zhuang. Golden flames surged around his fist, like golden fireworks blossoming. Seeing Zhou Donghuang attack, De Zhuang was forced to attack, but he did not dare to use all his strength. After roughly gauging the strength of Zhou Donghuang's fist, he attacked with a similar amount of strength. Bang! There was a loud sound. It was De Zhuang's huge fist that collided with Zhou Donghuang's fist, and the two golden flames clashed. They were evenly matched. Little junior brother, I only used 70% of my strength. De Zhuang grinned and said to Zhou Donghuang, You're very strong indeed. Zhou Donghuang was a little surprised. The strength that De Zhuang could display with just his physical body was even stronger than that of an ordinary golden essence adept using a mid-grade spirit weapon. He was practically a natural-born fighting machine. Not only did this blockhead's body look huge, but the strength that it contained was also very strong. Furthermore, he could see that, and this was under the condition that De Zhuang had not undergone body tempering. Just by tempering his body with his inner yuan, he was able to give his body such strength. Such a person could be said to be a 1 in a million body tempering genius. Let's leave it at that. Zhou Donghuang said to De Zhuang, All right. De Zhuang smiled and withdrew his fist. Zhou Donghuang also withdrew his hand and stood upright. Looking at De Zhuang, his eyes flashed. This De Zhuang was born for body tempering techniques, like the fiery thunder training regimen. Chapter 224. Just like that, Zhou Donghuang stayed in the autumn valley of the lightning sword sect. Whenever he cultivated, he would take out a large number of spiritual stones from his space ring and set up a spirit gathering formation to aid his cultivation, allowing his cultivation speed to increase. Before going to the Tianxian planet of the Luohe galaxy to look for Luo Qinghan, other than the space ring left behind by a peak Dharma adept on the Honglong planet of the Tianma galaxy, he had also gone to other planets to find the relics of other Dharma adepts. However, the last few Dharma adepts had set up some tests. Only those who discovered the location of their relics and passed the test set up when they were alive would be able to obtain their relics. The test set up by a mere Dharma adept could not be that strong. With Zhou Donghuang's current abilities and experience from his past life, he easily passed the tests and obtained the relics they had left behind. However, the things that these people had left behind to Zhou Donghuang were the spirit weapons, elixir formulas, and some low-quality elixirs in the spirit stones. With Zhou Donghuang's standards, these were not worth his attention at all. Not to mention a supreme treasure like the Soul Shaper. There was nothing that could compare in value to the Elixir King fruit. I need to quickly transform this last silver essence into a golden essence. According to the requirements of the Lord of the Four Supremes, I must first train all four primal essences in my body to the golden essence stage before I can break through to the Dharma stage. Zhou Donghuang sat on the bed in his room, his eyes shining. For most golden essence adepts to enter the early Dharma stage, the birth of a Dharma power in their golden essence is a sign that they have reached the early Dharma stage. However, for me, who practices the Lord of the Four Supremes, according to the requirements of the Lord of the Four Supremes, I need to birth all four golden essences and form a Dharma power before I can truly enter the early Dharma stage. Of course, this is the standard set by the Lord of the Four Supremes. Even if I only have one golden essence in my body that has formed a Dharma power, with that Dharma power, my abilities will not be weaker than most early Dharma adepts. Furthermore, because the Lord of the Four Supremes forms the Dharma power of the four divine beasts, I am almost invincible among Dharma adepts of the same level. What were the four divine beasts? That was a legendary, powerful divine beast that had the ability to crush stellar domains and swallow stellar rivers. It stood at the very top of the food chain. Even if the Dharma powers of the four great divine beasts only contained 1/billionth of the true power of the divine beasts, it was still not something an ordinary Dharma power could compare to. If I were to enter the early Dharma stage recognized by the Lord of the Four Supremes and condense the Dharma powers of the four divine beasts, even if all the Dharma powers are only 10 feet long, I might be able to defeat or even kill an average late Dharma adept. Zhou Donghuang muttered to himself with a gleam in his eyes. Of course, this was only his guess at the moment. As for the specifics, he would have to wait until he actually condensed the Dharma power of the four mythical beasts in the future to find out. The Lightning Sword sect now had another inner disciple. The Autumn Valley had a new disciple. Even to the disciples of the Autumn Valley, this was a small matter. As for the entire Lightning Sword sect, it was even less of a concern. However, to the Autumn Valley disciple, De Zhuang, this was no small matter. This was because his senior sister had asked him to take good care of this little brother. There were many female disciples in the Autumn Valley, and in terms of seniority, there were quite a few who were above De Zhuang. However, he addressed them by their full names, except for Himingshi, who he addressed directly as senior sister, without any other prefix. Little brother, if you have any needs, you can look for me at any time. Even if I'm practicing, you can interrupt me. As long as I can do anything for you, I will do my best to help you. This is because my senior sister has asked me to take care of you. Zhou Donghuang had initially had a good impression of De Zhuang because his third senior sister, Himingshi, had mentioned him in her past life. However, in the following period of time, De Zhuang's attitude towards this 3-meter-tall giant had changed because of what Himingshi had said to him. Zhou Donghuang had acknowledged him as a friend. This was also the first friend that Zhou Donghuang had made in the Lightning Sword sect. After De Zhuang had once again helped him buy the herbs that he needed, Zhou Donghuang was not in a hurry to collect them. He smiled and asked, De Zhuang, how did you enter the Lightning Sword sect and the Autumn Valley? The valley head and senior sister brought me in. De Zhuang smiled sheepishly. Where is your home? Is it on the Tai Lao planet? Zhou Donghuang asked curiously. Home? De Zhuang paused for a moment, then shook his head. I don't have a home. Ever since I could remember, my family was a group of giant apes. Of course, Dezhuang only found out later that Dezhuang was a human, and they were demonic beasts in the eyes of humans and demons. At that time, the entire group of giant apes that I was in was killed by a strong individual, and I was the only one left. That person was about to kill Dezhuang, but Senior Sister and the Valley Master happened to pass by. The Valley Master knew that expert, so he didn't want to be a busybody, but Senior Sister pitied me and insisted on saving me. So the Valley Master saved me. At this point, Dezhuang's eyes turned red, and his inner yuan started to rise. Although they were giant apes, if they had not raised me, I would have died long ago. I must avenge them. I must avenge them. After a while, Dezhuang was like a punctured balloon, completely deflated. However, that person was too strong, and it was too difficult for me to kill him to avenge them. Senior Sister said that he was a strong primordial soul adept, and he was not much weaker than the Valley Head. If I want to kill him, it will be harder than reaching the heavens. At this point, without any warning, Dezhuang squatted down and buried his head in tears. At this point, the 3-meter-tall giant seemed to have become a crybaby. "Let me help you." Zhou Donghuang looked at Dezhuang and smiled lightly. Dezhuang stopped crying and looked up at Zhou Donghuang in disbelief. "You help me? You. How can you help me? You are not even as strong as me. How can you help me? You don't believe me?" Zhou Donghuang looked deeply at Dezhuang and asked. Meeting Zhou Donghuang's clear gaze, Dezhuang was stunned at first, but he quickly regained his composure and said seriously, "If you can avenge Dezhuang, my life will be yours." In Dezhuang's heart, Senior Sister is the most important. But if you can avenge me, you can be as important as Senior Sister. Take this cultivation method as payment for running errands for me during this period of time. Zhou Donghuang raised his hand, and a stack of paper filled with words appeared in his hand. Inner yuan flowed from his hand as he passed the paper to Dezhuang. "You should be able to read." "Yes." Dezhuang nodded, but he did not reach out to take the stack of paper that was floating in the air with Zhou Donghuang's inner yuan. "Little junior brother, you don't have to help me avenge my death. Senior Sister told me to take care of you. Even if someone wants to kill you and I can't defeat him, I'll help you block him and die in front of you." If anyone else had said this, Zhou Donghuang would have thought that they were trying to win him over. However, after spending some time with Dezhuang, Zhou Donghuang knew that this silly man could not possibly be so scheming. Furthermore, although he had been in the Autumn Valley of the Lightning Sword sect for some time, he had not revealed himself, and no one knew what was so special about him. Under such circumstances, even those who were scheming would not purposely try to curry favor with him, much less a silly man like Dezhuang. To curry favor with someone, one had to have something in return, right? "If you want revenge, take this," Zhou Donghuang said lightly. "This is a technique that can be practiced all the way to the primordial soul stage. As for the technique after that, I'll give it to you when you reach the primordial soul stage." Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Dezhuang's eyes lit up with excitement, and he could not help but raise his hand. However, just as his hand was in midair, he stopped. "Little brother, Senior Sister told me before that I cannot accept a reward without doing anything. I cannot accept this technique. I cannot accept a reward without doing anything." Zhou Donghuang shook his head. "Didn't you say that if I can help you take revenge, I will become the second most important person in your heart? To me, this is the best reward you can give me." Seeing that Dezhuang was still hesitating, Zhou Donghuang said, "If you do not accept this technique today, no matter what happens in the future, I will not ask you for help. In fact, I will even tell Senior Sister that you did not take good care of me." "Little brother, how can you do this?" Dezhuang was so anxious that his face turned red. "You can't tell Senior Sister like this." "No, you can't." "Then accept it." Zhou Donghuang was a little speechless. He had just taken out the Fiery Thunder Training Regimen, which was considered a top-notch technique in the entire universe. Everyone would fight to get their hands on it, but this blockhead had not accepted it even after so long. Okay, I'll accept it. But you can't tell senior sister that I did not take good care of you. You can't tell her. De Zhuang said anxiously. As long as you accept this technique, practice it properly and don't pass it on to anyone else. I will not tell your senior sister that you did not take good care of me. At this point, Zhou Donghuang realized. In this blockhead's heart, his third senior sister's opinion of him seemed to be more important than anything else. No wonder in his previous life, this blockhead had risked his life to save third senior sister. De Zhuang will practice it properly, but this technique, even senior sister cannot pass it on? De Zhuang looked at Zhou Donghuang. As for senior sister, I have a technique that is not inferior to this one for her to practice. This technique is not suitable for her. Chapter 225. De Zhuang, this 9-ringed bamboo, who sold it to you? From the pile of herbs that De Zhuang had bought for him, Zhou Donghuang took out a herb that looked like a green bamboo. It was about the length of 2 fingers, and from top to bottom, there were 9 distinct carvings on it. It looked very special. The 9-ring bamboo was the most valuable herb that Zhou Donghuang had asked De Zhuang to buy. It was the main ingredient that he needed to produce a type of core drug, and it was also the most valuable. Of course, the price varied, and it was usually around 100 mid-quality spirit stones. 100 mid-quality spirit stones was equivalent to 10 high-quality spirit stones. The core disciples of the Lightning Sword sect could collect 10 high-quality spirit stones from the Lightning Sword sect every month. As for inner sect disciples, they had to wait 10 months before they could receive 10 high-quality spirit stones. This was because the Lightning Sword sect only gave out 1 high-quality spirit stone to inner sect disciples every month. As for outer sect disciples, it was even rarer. It was said that they only received 3 mid-quality spirit stones. It's the Summer Valley disciple, Pan Yilin. De Zhuang looked at the bamboo that Zhou Donghuang had specially taken out from the pile of herbs and thought for a moment before he remembered. How many spirit stones did he sell it to you? Zhou Donghuang asked again. 110 mid-grade spirit stones. De Zhuang said. He took quite a lot of spirit stones. Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in them. What's wrong? Although De Zhuang looked a little dumb, he still knew how to read people's expressions. Seeing Zhou Donghuang like this, he felt that something was wrong. This 9-ring bamboo, is there something wrong with it? This is not 9-ring bamboo. Zhou Donghuang suddenly opened his eyes and shook his head. This is 6-ringed bamboo, and the other 3 lines were added by someone else. Although the 9 lines on it seem to be the same, the order of the lines is not uniform. For a normal 9-ringed bamboo, the distance between each line is basically the same. Look at this, without these 3 lines, the other 6 lines would be the same distance between each other. However, the existence of these 3 lines has broken the rules of the distance between the lines, and it has become irregular. As Zhou Donghuang spoke, he showed the 9-ringed bamboo to De Zhuang and pointed at the 3 markings on it. Although there are only 3 veined patterns between 6-ringed bamboo and 9-ringed bamboo, the difference in value is huge. A 9-ring bamboo is worth about 100 mid-tier spirit stones. If you're buying a real 9-ringed bamboo, 110 mid-tier spirit stones isn't that expensive. However, this is a fake 9-ringed bamboo. It's just a 6-ring bamboo. The value of the 6-ring bamboo is at most 1/10 of the 9-ringed bamboo. This 6-ring bamboo is worth 10 mid-grade spirit stones at most. You have been deceived. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. Aside from alchemists, not many people knew about the specific characteristics of 9-ringed bamboo. In Zhou Donghuang's previous life, many people had been deceived by 6-ringed bamboo. However, those who had been deceived had been laymen or average core forging masters. Even if a skilled core forging master did not know how to identify 9-ringed bamboo based on this characteristic, he would still be able to identify 9-ringed bamboo based on its other characteristics. All medicinal herbs of a certain age would have these subtle characteristics. Different paths lead to the same goal. Nine-ring bamboo was no exception. I've been deceived. After hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, De Zhuang's face turned red and his eyes widened. Anger began to rise in the depths of his eyes. That Pan Yilin, he lied to me? He lied to me? No way. I want to find him. I want to find him. De Zhuang's eyes were bloodshot because of his anger. It was as if he had turned into a demon from hell, ready to devour anyone who saw it. Little brother, I will definitely give you an explanation for this. De Zhuang snatched the nine-ring bamboo from Zhou Donghuang's hands. His face was red as he spoke to Zhou Donghuang, then he hurriedly turned and left. Summer Valley disciple Pan Yilin? Not long after De Zhuang left, Zhou Donghuang stood up and followed him out. In the Lightning Sword sect, there was a place for people of the sect to trade. Whether it was the senior members of the sect or the disciples, they could all trade here. Once an item was sold, as long as it was worth the money, it was not refundable. Of course, if you sold the item and felt that it was not worth it and wanted to buy it back, as long as the buyer did not relent, there was nothing you could do. The Lightning Sword sect's trade plaza was under the jurisdiction of the sect. It was fair, just and open. Senior Brother Lien, I sold the fake nine-ringed bamboo to De Zhuang of the Autumn Valley. After this, I will definitely anger Senior Sister, Himingshi of the Autumn Valley. Senior Sister Himingshi is the only daughter of the Autumn Valley head. If she comes looking for me, you have to protect me. You can't just ignore me. On one side of the trade plaza, a young man dressed in green said to another young man dressed in a golden robe with silver trim. The former had a medium build and ordinary looks. He was the type that would be hard to find in a crowd. The latter had a tall build and handsome features. The corners of his mouth were always curled up, and there was a hint of evil in him. Furthermore, you were the one who asked me to do this. The young man in green said fearfully, Junior Brother Pan, you don't believe me? The young man in the golden robe glanced at the former and asked meaningfully, You are afraid that I will sacrifice you to please Junior's sister, Himingshi. No. Although the former did think this way, he did not dare to say it out loud. This was because the person standing in front of him was the direct disciple of the Summer Valley head. He was definitely the pride of the Summer Valley, and if he offended him, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the Summer Valley. Once he was kicked out of the Summer Valley, the other 3 valleys would not want him anymore. As long as he wanted to stay in the Lightning Sword sect, he was destined to stay in the 5 outer halls for the rest of his life, unless he could become a core disciple of the Lightning Sword sect. However, the conditions to become a core disciple were extremely difficult. He knew this very well. Pan Yilin. Just as the young man in green was being subservient to the young man in the golden robe, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the sky above the trade plaza. The roar contained thick inner yuan and was deafening. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd in the trade plaza all landed on the tall, burly figure in the sky above the square. This was a burly young man who was more than 3 meters tall. He was so tall that he did not even look human. As soon as he appeared, many people immediately recognized him. It's De Zhuang of the Autumn Valley. What is this De Zhuang of the Autumn Valley trying to do? I've heard that this guy was raised by the giant ape demon. Did he learn the ferocity of the giant ape demon? Who angered him? Up in the sky, the tall, burly De Zhuang of the Autumn Valley successfully attracted everyone's attention. De Zhuang, what are you trying to do? The young man in green was subservient in front of the young man in the golden robe, but in front of De Zhuang he was somewhat arrogant. He raised his head to look at De Zhuang in the sky and asked coldly. He was obviously the Summer Valley disciple that De Zhuang had come to look for, Pan Yilin. Pan Yilin, you sold me fake 9-ring bamboo. De Zhuang descended from the sky and appeared in front of Pan Yilin in the blink of an eye. Because he was too tall and Pan Yilin was only about 7 meters tall, De Zhuang looked down at Pan Yilin and questioned him. Fake 9-ring bamboo? Pan Yilin raised an eyebrow. De Zhuang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The 9-ring bamboo that I sold you is not fake. It's not fake. De Zhuang's face was red as he took out the 9-ringed bamboo that he had bought from Pan Yilin and showed it to everyone who had gathered to watch the commotion. Little brother said that this 9-ring bamboo is fake. The distance between the lines is irregular, and it is only 6-ringed bamboo. 6-ring bamboo is worth at most 10 mid-level spirit stones, but you charged me 110 mid-level spirit stones. Do you really think that I, De Zhuang, am a pushover? De Zhuang glared at Pan Yilin angrily. His voice became deeper and deeper, and the golden inner yuan around him began to emanate uncontrollably. It was as if he would attack Pan Yilin at any time. Is that 9-ring bamboo? I don't think it's 9-ring bamboo. The lines of 9-ring bamboo should not be like this. It's a fake 9-ringed bamboo made from 6-ringed bamboo. Pan Yilin actually sold a fake 9-ringed bamboo to De Zhuang for 110 mid-level spirit stones? That's not very kind. Most people who do not understand 9-ringed bamboo might actually be deceived by this fake 9-ringed bamboo. This Pan Yilin, how dare he? In the Lightning Sword sect, who doesn't know that the Autumn Valley disciple, De Zhuang, is backed by the daughter of the Autumn Valley head Himingshi? What he did is not against the rules of the trade center. After all, one side is willing to take the hit, and the other side is willing to take the hit. But isn't he worried that Himingshi will come after him? Some of the onlookers had recognized that the 9-ring bamboo in De Zhuang's hands was fake, but most of them were shocked by Pan Yilin's courage. This Summer Valley disciple, who had not even reached the Dharma stage, had the guts to deceive the daughter of the Autumn Valley head? Was he not afraid of death? De Zhuang, Pan Yilin's face darkened as the crowd pointed at him. How can you prove that this is the 9-ring bamboo that I sold you? The 9-ring bamboo that I sold you is not this one. Did you take the real 9-ringed bamboo and then blackmail me with a fake? Hearing Pan Yilin's accusation, De Zhuang was so angry that his face turned red. He shouted angrily, Pan Yilin, you're slandering me. I'll kill you. As he spoke, the golden inner yuan around De Zhuang's body surged, and he pounced at Pan Yilin. However, just as the golden inner yuan on Pan Yilin's body began to rise, someone else made a move even faster. With a raise of his hand, a 10-foot-tall Dharma image appeared and pressed Pan Yilin's entire body to the ground, rendering him unable to move. The person who had attacked was the young man in the golden robe beside Pan Yilin. De Zhuang, the sect's trade center has its own rules. It forbids disciples from fighting. The young man in the golden robe said in a low voice, It's Lian Can from the Summer Valley. Lian Can, the direct disciple of the Summer Valley head, entered the Dharma stage at the age of 26. He is also one of the most promising disciples of the younger generation of the Summer Valley to become a core disciple. The onlookers' gazes fell on the young man in the golden robe. P.S. I've been busy for the past few days, so I haven't been able to update much. End of this chapter.